Thank you. Can you go to page 317, please? Sorry, Chair, my computer's just frozen here.
Well, I am 317
I am.
while Ms. Hasib is sorting out her computer.
I'm there.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, General, what you'll see at 317 is the numbers that are used in this chat exchange, this particular chat we're looking at. And there's a number that's saved as General Sibiya and in brackets, Deputy National Commissioner. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's the third number.
That's my number.
That's your number. Okay. So if we can go back to 333.
Back to?
333.
Yes.
So remember, I first played you the clip from Mr. Matlala to witness F.
Yeah.
Immediately after witness F receives that voice note from Mr. Matlala, he forwards it to you because we see that on the timestamp, 7:24. And I think Ms. Poe already played the voice clip. Do you want it played again, or do you accept that that's the same voice clip?
No, I accept it. That's the same first clip.
And then in the very next message, number 5, at 7:25, so the very next message.
Can we place on record what that voice note says, please?
There is a transcript of the voice note in the record.
The voice is just too guttural for me, and I can hardly hear what's being said.
Chair, if you bear with me for a moment, maybe I can just show you the transcript of that voice note.
Or in the meantime, whilst you're looking for the transcript, if anybody can tell us what's being said, we can in the meantime go by the, but of course, the transcript is the best. Oh. General, were you able to hear what's being said?
Yes, I know about it. And he just said, hello, sir, please send us drop us the pin drop where the bugs, the impalas must be dropped.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so you recognize it. Chair, just allow me to go to the transcript. The quickest way I could find it was actually when it was played in the hearing when witness F was speaking. And let me just read you what it says again. It says, sorry to bother you so early. Can you send me a pin drop where the bucks, the impalas must go to, please, sir? If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Hassim.
So that voice note is sent to you immediately after it's received from Mr. Matlala. And then immediately after that, witness F sends you a message saying, morning, it's from Cat. Do you see that? That's in number 6, chat number 6.
Morning is from Cat, yes.
And then if you go to...
Is it 6 or 5?
It's 5.
Yes, thank you.
And then The next message, which is number 6, is from you at 8:39 a.m. and it's a voice call to witness F. Okay. Do you see that?
Chart number 6.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let me pause there before we go further. Do you recall this exchange between you and witness F?
Chair, I do recall, although I don't have my gadgets, but I can't deny them.
Okay. So you received a voice note asking you where must the impalas be delivered. And then you call witness F. Do you recall the content of your conversation with witness F?
With witness F, yeah.
After he sent you this voice
Yes.
note?
I don't know if I should read from my statement, but because of the truth is your truth is what happened. What I can say basically is that as the animals kept on dying, and they were dying, I'm left with one, some call it impala, some call it buck, some call it, what is the other word? But what I is still there now. These are the animals that I found in the plot. Is this one that will have horns, that will have that look like a tree, but they died one by one.
When did they die?
Some will call it water bug. But now that I had...
So, but when did they die?
They died gradually since from 2020, I may not be right in terms of the date, but they were dying. You will find 1 or 2 dead. But when I started building the wall, a lot of them were eating the rope. As they deliver the bricks that build the wall, then at night, I don't know, they eat this rope that ties the bricks so that they don't fall apart. Now, when you wake up in the morning, you find that the stomach is raised and it's dead. So they were that's how they died gradually. And then that's when I sent one of my guys to try and replace, because they were almost to nothing. I was left with something like 6, somewhere there. I'm not reading my statement now. But the last ones that died, they died around, I don't know whether it was, but it was, I've got a date maybe when I go through the statement. But then what then I did is, because Nkosi, I was already acquainted to him now because they come to my office, to my house regularly. Even everybody, when it's just that, commissioners, I don't want to explain it too long stories if like I must stick to the story, but it needs a background and an explanation. When they come to my place, they've known that I have goats and sheep, and
They being who?
when I say they, with the excitement that I had when I was back to the police, we had a good relationship with the National Commission. They were coming a lot also to my place, and other colleagues, senior management. They could see there are no bugs. There has been bugs. Now there has been bugs, but I had that one that is still there now. Now, it was very frustrated because sometimes you see it running all over, and then sometimes jumping on goats or sheep. Then I said to Fanny, I don't have time to go look for a mate for this thing. I'm all over, I'm waking, and even my family were not seeing me because I would leave 4 o'clock in the morning, come late when the children are sleeping. Then he was normally helping me. He said, no, don't worry, Mpati. I will assist you to get one made. Now, when at some point in a meeting, I was in meetings, long meetings, then I did get that voice note that says, he forwarded it to me. As to how, because Nkosi, he said in one of his statements, he's a professional hunter, he's a hunter as well, that no, I know farmers that will assist you with this thing. I said, it's okay. Then he sent me that voice note. To me, it's okay. He said you'll find it. Now, he said, where the bugs, the impalas. Now, I needed only one, but I thought maybe he wasn't so sure he took a male and a female. But he said the bugs, the impalas. Now, when he said the bugs and the impalas, when I got a break, I called him. I said, I just hope you know what I want, what is in the yard, not any other. And then already at that time, in their mind, it was impalas. I said, no. I don't want the impala because they did and they can't survive in any other place. I just need a partner for this one so that it's still alive, and I don't want to kill it, I mean to slaughter it. And it was not to me.
What was remaining? What was it? Was it an imbala? What was it?
It's a water bug.
Waterbug.
It's a water bug. I don't know.
General, in your statement, you say you call it a blessed book.
A blessed bog, yes. And then another one will call it an antelope. So I don't know. I'm not an expert on those ones, Chair, and you'll forgive me for that. But this is what I found. Now, the problem is that,
If I'm not mistaken, I think antelope is generic for
yes,
different types. Yeah.
Chair, I had a lot of, where I grew up from home, we had goats now and chickens, but that's the lifestyle I grew up on. I wanted to own them in a plot, in the farm. It's not a farm, it's a plot. So I wanted to own them. The sheep I found there, so I added goats. Now, as I was maintaining them together with the wild animals that I'm not really slaughtering, selling, I wanted to at some point think that I could, but I realized that they were taking a lot of money from me, and then I was not affording. To me, when the number reduced, dying, I could not replace the wild animals, because what's the point of keeping animals that you are not selling, that you are not eating, just to keep them, and they're taking, I was spending more than 12,000 Rand a month. I realized that it's not sustainable, so I didn't need them. So, but all I needed was this. As a result, I said, no, don't need it. Because initially I spoke to him, and then as to how and when he was going there, in my case, I said, no, don't, because I don't need impalas anymore, and I needed only one bug, and that he could not get. And that is where it all ended, because I couldn't proceed with that thing, because even in terms of affordability, they need space, they need a lot of grass. I was not affording, so I could not take them. So they were not delivered. Even Mr. Matlala himself did say that they were not delivered.
Okay, so there are two things arising from that. The first is you confirm that this was Mr. Matlala who was providing you with these.
I've never confirmed that. I said I spoke to Nkosi. Nkosi never actually said to me he was going to speak to Mr. Matlala.
Right, when you get that message with the voice note, the very next message that's sent to you is, morning, it's from Cat. And it's not morning, it's from Mr. Matlala or from some person you don't know well. It's morning, it's from Cat. So you knew where it was coming from.
No, for simple reasons. The fact that I never allowed them to come, to me, it was a rested point. I never allowed them to come. Because even if he said, when he said from Mr. Matlala, to me, I realized that, look, I don't want anything from anybody. Chair, I can safely tell you something. I know my counsel said to me, hey, you don't have to sponsor this thing when you are not asked. But I want to show you something.
May I say this, Ms. Killian, from last week already, I came close to saying to you, your client is sailing very close to possibly divulging client-lawyer confidences, but perhaps the general should continue.
I take note.
Yes.
I've learned, Chair, I'm really sorry to my counsel.
I'm not saying you have, perhaps what you are touching on is not necessarily something confidential. I'm sure if it was, Ms. Killian would say something in that regard. Please continue.
Yeah, no, she was just trying to advise me that don't talk too much. Be short. So that's why I'm saying it, Chair. But what I was saying is that there's a friend that I have in Zimbabwe. At some point, it was my birthday. And a friend said to me, my friend, I want to buy you a present, but I'm far. I will send you some money. And I said, it's okay, but you must know that it's something that I have to declare. And then he said, it's okay. Then, in an attempt to surprise me, I was sent 20,000 rand. I went straight to the bank. I said, I don't need this thing. I don't want it. It's going to put me in trouble. Reverse this transaction. I don't need. And it happened. So I'm saying anything that I know that this one is a no-go area, because I've lived with this thing and I've charged many people for this thing, I could not go ahead. That's when I stopped. Even this one, there was no animal that was delivered on account of Mr. Matlala or Nkosi to my place. Never.
Did it, I mean, given your explanation about this Zimbabwe gift that you reversed, are you saying that these animals were not delivered to you because you stopped it? You stopped it because you didn't think it was an appropriate thing to come from Mr. Matlala?
No.
I'm just asking just to understand
No.
what you're saying.
Firstly, they were not what I wanted. Because I didn't need many. I needed one to match this one that I have. And then when he said, can you please send me the pin drop where the bugs, the animals, so it was two things, and down deep dive, to an extent that for me, to afford now to have 6,000 to 12,000 that I must spend on animals that I'm not even slaughtering or selling, I couldn't. So I'm just putting it here that it never came. I didn't need them.
General, accepting for a moment that they did not come, I mean, how does Mr. Matlala get involved in your desire to acquire whatever type of animal it is that you needed? Because the message is clear that it's from Cat and you are told that it's from Cat. How does Matlala get involved in that?
My only concern is that when you speak to Nkosi and Nkosi says to you, and to
I think that horse has bolted, General. It bolted some answers
I think
back.
it's-
So maybe
It's,
I'm sure the chair realized where what I did, and I was caught off guard.
it's, I think we've reached a point where it's farcical to try to avoid the name. It's all farcical. Let's just continue.
I was talking to a colleague that I work very close to. And even myself, I've been giving him pit bulls from my yard. So these pit bulls, I don't want, they're eating my chickens, take them. So that's the kind of lifestyle that we're living, me and him. Now when I talk to him and then
General, you have said to us that the witness did not bring Mr. Matlala to your office. And so you met Mr. Matlala independent of the witness. And so that's what you've said to us. But then, and that was according to you in January 2024, maybe February 2024. But now it's March the 21st. And he says to you, morning, it's from Ket. Now, the first thing is, what did you know about his relationship with Ket? Because here he expects that you know who's Ket. I mean, the familiarity. He doesn't say Mr. Matlala. He says from Ket. What do you know about his relationship with person refers to as Ket? And why would he have thought you would know who he's speaking about when he says it's Ket? So it's two questions.
If the commissioner remember very well, we were already past the stage of having met Ket, because we met Ket initially when he came to the office. I got to know that he knows Ket, and he knows Ket very well. So Ket was someone who was up and down. Even when he was there, he did.
So you came to know because you discussed Ket with him.
Yes, we did. Ket did indicate that, no, I know many people here. I know many of your colleagues there.
Yeah. So Ket told you that on the day that you met him for the first time. He told you, I know this gentleman.
Yes, because when he left there, they took him to another brigadier in there.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just want to understand how you get to a point where you discuss with the witness, Mr. Matlala. So you meet Mr. Matlala according to you, in January, maybe February, depending on what you said in the ad hoc committee. Either one, it doesn't matter to me, whether it's January or February for purposes of this conversation. But it is now in March, so maybe a month or two, you're told, morning, this voice note is from Ket. There is an expectation clearly that you know who he's talking about. You say to us, yeah, well, I did discuss him. And I'm wanting to know, at which point do you discuss with Mr. Matlala? At which point do you talk about Mr. Nkosi with Mr. Matlala before the 21st of March? And at which point do you discuss Mr. Matlala with Mr. Nkosi? From the time you met him up to the 21st of March.
Commissioners, remember that from the day I met Ket, Mr. Matlala, at the offices leading to that day or those chapters.
The 21st of March,
Yes,
yeah.
in between. Mr. Matlala has been an interactive type of a person with many police officials that in we've been to college. This is where he's been a service provider. We've been to college. And then I did see him at the college myself, where they had their own gazebo as well there. I also saw him there. So we have interacted with Mr. Matlala. I never said I never interacted with him completely, because therefrom, we, just like any other normal relationship that develops or that starts, I started knowing Mr. Matlala there. All I knew was not to cross the line.
General, you are being asked about the period between January 2024 and March 2024. Now, Mr. Matlala is not a service provider to subs during that period. So when you make reference to gazebos and visits to the clinic, for the purposes of the question, you are being asked, the day you met Matlala in January of 2024, until this date on the 21st of March, 2024. So you limit it only to that period. And then you answer Commissioner Baloy's question.
I think
Only, so it's a 2-month period, really.
I think Commissioner Kumalo, you are the one who's misunderstanding in this case, in a sense that when he came to see me in January, he already had a tender.
Oh, General, he didn't have it. Can we just accept as a fact, and then you can speak from there. The tender was awarded in
June.
in June 2024. That's fact. Now you are interacting. So you can check that if you want, but it is in June 2024. That's fact. You are interacting with him in March 21. Well, between
March.
January and March, yes, 24 is what these texts are about. As you say, in that period, already in March 2024, that's what you say, I've been interacting with Mr. Matlala. Then you have to explain to us that if the tender is not yet awarded, how are you, and what about? Are you interacting with him?
What I may request, Chair, in aspect, is that where I mix the date is not out of an intention to misrepresent the facts. I'm working from memory. I don't have anything, and I'm not making an excuse. Where I should take it from is from when Mr. Matlala came to the office. I know it's January 20. I know it's in January the 17th, somewhere there. Now, whether I might have mixed 2024 and 2025, it may be maybe that point that I need to fix. But I don't remember meeting or talking to Kat or Mr. Matlala before that. I don't remember
Before,
that.
when you say before that, does that refer to the award of the contract? What does that refer to?
The award of the contract, I don't know about, and when it started really involving. Yeah, I don't know that much about the awarding of the tender at that point in time.
General, Advocate Baloy is going to ask you her question. I'm just giving you the timeline. The healthcare contract that SAP awarded to Medicare 24 was advertised on the 31st of January 2024. So if you met Mr. Matlala on the 17th of January 2024, that tender had not even been advertised at that stage. And it was only awarded on the 14th of June in 2024. So I think Advocate Baloy will ask the question again and maybe you can then answer the question. But I've given you the timeline to assist you.
Well, General, I'm prepared for purpose of my discussion with you to even accept, just for purpose of our discussion, to accept that you may have met Mr. Matlala in January, you may have had a meeting with him in January 2025, but what we know from these texts is you are engaging with him in 2024, in March. You are talking to him. And the question still remains, what did you know about, in March 24, what did you know about Mr. Nkosi's relationship with Mr. Matlala and that relationship, and why would the Sergeant Nkosi know that you know Matlala when he says to you, morning it's from Cat in March 24 already. So he knows at this point that you know who he's referring to. And the question is, well, what did you know about that relationship in March 2024? What was the nature of your relationship at that point?
What is still disturbing me, Chair, and putting me a little bit of off balance is the fact that when I look at Mr. Matlala was searched, I think, in December 2024. And what I know is that in December 2024, when he was searched, I've never interacted with him. Now I'm talking December 2024. I've never interacted with him going up to now. Now, that's why I'm working now on 2024. And that is why in my mind, it tells me that it was January 2024. So I might be wrong in terms of the timelines and the date, but I'm just saying, I'm basing that on the fact that if he was raided in 2024, December, I never spoke to him or met him. 2024, since then, December. Now, I say it could not be that I met him in January the 17th, 2025. Hence, I'm saying, if I'm mixing the date at this present moment, it's something that I just need to sit down, do the timelines. But because of the fact that I don't have my gadget, I don't have access to the office, the resources, whatever, that could be a weakening factor in terms of how I recall some of the dates. So the intention is not to mislead or to lie, but I might be mixing something somewhere, but I will accept where I made a mistake.
I think I'll hand over to Ms. Hassim now, but I just want to say that I'm also not trying to involve you in a memory test, of remember as you're sitting there and then we catch you out because you don't remember things. That's not the point of this. It's to get clarification from your explanations. So, and that's why I said to you, to me, it really doesn't matter for purpose of a discussion, whether you met him in 24 or in 25, but I'm prepared to work on the basis that you met him in January 24, because you say by the time he was raided in December, you had not spoken to him. So I'm prepared to work with your dates. It's still, my question still remains, and it's my question so that I understand your evidence, that in March 2024, what we've established or what we know for a fact from evidence and from documents is the Medicare contract was awarded in June 2024. We know that as a fact. So when you speak to him in March 2024 rather, he doesn't have the contract yet. We know that as a matter of fact. He doesn't have the contract because the contract is given only in June 2024. And so the question is, the interaction that you say, because you say after you met him in January, you then now had interactions with him. Between that January and March, those interactions before he got the contract or the tender, what are they about? And what does Mr. Sergeant Ngosi know about your relationship with Mr. Matlala as at March 2024? Is really the question that I'm seeking you to clarify.
Chair, my response is going to depend mostly on the document that I want to produce so that I satisfy myself that this is the date I met this person in the office with a lawyer. Now, once I have that, I should be able to respond to the commissioner's question at this point in time. So all I'm asking is just to have an opportunity to be able to have those documents in front of me. And then I say, this is the date I met him.
Okay, I think that's a fair request. We'll come back to it. But can I just put this proposition to you for comment? That if the documents that you are going to look at indicate or show that the contract was not awarded in January 24, in fact, let me say it differently. If your documents are going to show that the contract was in fact awarded in June 2024, as we say the evidence points out, then when you were speaking to Mr., whatever interaction you had with Mr. Matlala between January 24 and March 24, as per 2024, as per this WhatsApp message, it could not have been about the contract. If the contract was awarded in June, it logically follows. If contract was in June 24, whatever you were discussing with him by March 24, 2024, it can't be the awarded contract, it's something else.
One thing that I wanted these commissioners to know is that I've never engaged with Mr. Matlala on any other issue other than
Awarded contract.
I have never, I don't know about this security, his other dealing, his other cases. The time I spoke to him will be on 3 issues that they will come as the line of questioning comes. But what I know is that what started my first meeting with him was about that.
Contract. All right. Thank you. Thanks, General.
Let us adjourn and resume at 12:30. Yes, Tasim.
Thanks, Chair. General, you testified before the T that all of them had died.
Sorry, Advocate Asim, sorry to do this to you. Before we start, I thought there was an undertaking that the attorney's letter will be provided. After T.
I've received nothing. When we get it, we'll deal with it.
General, were you able to find the letter?
There is a document that we have from the lawyer, and then the one for the tender of May 24 tender document. Chairperson, I know I have it on one of my desks.
Oh, thank you. Perhaps, Mr. Sim, let's just continue. Yes, and may it be shared over lunch, and yeah, let's continue. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I have a letter dated 17 January 2024 that I could read into the record in the meantime. Where is it? Or they've asked them to print it.
Chair, I suggest we come back to that once we've received the letter. Sorry.
How long is the letter, General?
No, I think it's 1.5 page. It's a lawyer's letter that accompanies the whole lease agreement and the May 24, I think it's a tender document.
It's like the letter that the general was testifying to.
I think the best. No, let's leave it, please. Let's leave it.
Chair, I will engage with my colleague in the lunch adjournment.
Yes.
Get hard copies of it so we all have something in front of us to look at.
Yes.
That way we'd also be able to see better the addressee and all of those dates and yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll continue, General. Then it will be revisited if necessary after lunch.
I will make sure that if, because I was suggesting that maybe they should drive home.
Yeah.
Look for it on the table.
Yeah. Let's leave it for now. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Sim.
Thanks, Chair. General, are you with me?
I am listening.
You testified before T that all of the buck had died by this point in time in 2024. Did I hear you correctly?
I didn't say all the bugs have died by 2024. I said they died gradually, and I was left with one.
Okay, all but one.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said that when you received this message from Sergeant Nkosi saying from CAT, that you then told him not to deliver it. I mean, you've said two things. One, you said those are not wrong buck, you said. Impala is not what you're looking for, right? That was one thing. And the second thing you said was that you told him not to deliver it because you cannot accept anything from Mr. Matlala. And then you gave us an example of how you'd previously done that with another friend and a payment that was made into your bank account.
I've never said that.
Okay, can you explain what it is you said? I thought you said you told him no delivery because you can't accept from Mr. Matlala.
I think if I remember very well, Chair, what I said is that, number one, I realized that this is not what I wanted. Number two, If the message proceeds immediately, say from Cat, and it was about that, because I don't have any devices, over and above, I was not going to receive anything from a service provider.
So you would not have accepted it? That's what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes.
Okay. All right. So then let's just go back to the chats because we weren't complete there. And I'd like you to go to page 109. 109 in the same file, 7. And 109, same file. And it's chat number 5. And you'll see it's a screenshot. It's very small, but you see what I'm referring to.
Yes.
If it looks any more legible, oh, it went away. On the screen above you, you can have a look at the screen. But you see there that at 10:36 a.m., I think if we can just project it again. At 10:36 a.m., Mr. Matlala forwards a screenshot to Sergeant Nkosi. And let's just go to the screenshot. And you'll see that this is a screenshot of a conversation with one Rudy farm manager. Okay, so this is Mr. Matlala forwarding this screenshot, a conversation that he has with Mr. Rudy farm manager, forwards it to Sergeant Nkosi. And at the top of the message, it says, the green is Mr. Matlala. It says, please check your account again. And then he says, thank you, sir, I got it. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, sir, we'll do that. And then there's a voice note. We don't have that voice note, but it's exactly the same length as the voice note that we played earlier. So it may be that's the voice note that Rudy farm manager sent to Mr. Matlala. It was also sent in the morning. It sort of tallies up with the time frame when Mr. Matlala then, when Sergeant Nkosi forwarded it to you. But if we go down, next thing is Mr. Matlala forwards to Rudy farm manager the address. So remember there was a request, which address, can you send me a pin where the impalas must be delivered? And that is sent to this person, Rudy farm manager. Do you recognize that address? Can you see it on the pin? Oh, you'd have to, it's redacted for...
Yes, I recognize it.
You've seen it. And is that your address?
I confirm it's my address.
Okay. And then...
Is that the plot you've been talking about, or is that your residential address?
That's my residential address, Chair.
Thank you. So he then...
Perhaps, Ms. Asim, for our purposes in the record, you can refer us to where that communication is in the record. I think it says page 125 or 124.
Page 125. Oh, apologies.
You haven't done that.
I missed that entirely because I'm skipping electronically. That screenshot itself is at page 125. So he sends your address. And then he continues. He says, thanks, sir. Hi there, sir. Okay, everything has been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it on Monday to that location. Is it good? And Mr. Matlala replies, no problem. Okay? Now, this screenshot is sent, this address, rather, this screenshot, in the screenshot, you'll see the time frame. If I go back to page 109, it was sent to Sergeant Nkosi at 10:36. Okay? Now, if you had told Sergeant Nkosi no delivery, why would he have then still forwarded your address to Mr. Matlala?
You see, Chair, I think I indicated earlier that when they say send the pin drop to where the animal, the bugs, the impalas must be delivered, I did send it. I also said, but when I got a break or during lunch or whatever the case may be, I called Nkosi and I said, please make sure that it is not the impalas, because I don't need impalas. I can't keep them and they die. They can't live, they can't survive. I need a bug, a mate for this one. Now, the location was sent already. Now, whatever discussion Sergeant Nkosi had with Mr. Matlala, I never said to Sergeant Nkosi, please go source from Mr. Matlala. He promised to me that he will help me get what I need. As to how he went about, quite honestly speaking, I feel that I should be held responsible or accountable for the discussion between Nkosi or any other person he would have went to see and spoken to.
General, I need to take you then back to this timeline. You see, when, let's go back there so you can look at it again. When page 333, so this is now the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and you, page 333. Where he says, morning, it's from Cat. He sends that to you at 7:25. At 8:39, you make a phone call. At 10:36, we see that your address has been forwarded to the person who's going to deliver the Impala. So when you made the phone call at 8:39 to Sergeant Nkosi, you did not tell him, don't deliver it, regardless of whether they're the correct or they're not correct, because remember, that's a separate issue. You said nothing from Mr. Matlala. So at that point in time, you didn't say to him, who's Cat? And is that Mr. Matlala? Well, I can't accept from him. You didn't say that to him at 8:39 when you make the phone call. And we know you didn't say that to him because the address is sent to him where he should deliver it, and it's forwarded at 10:36.
I think we're rounding one in the same place, because I did say personally that when I spoke to Nkosi after I sent the location, and then later I got a chance to say, this is what you should know. And the fact that I didn't want the impalas, for me it was sufficient that I've addressed the problem. As to what happened beyond me, between Nkosi and the other one, is for Sergeant Nkosi to really explain.
To explain what?
General, your evidence is not just that you said to him you don't want the impalas. Your evidence is also that you said you don't want anything from a service provider. And you said something about when it comes to crossing the line, I hold back. But more directly, your evidence is, I spoke to him about the wrong animals. I don't want the wrong animals. But two, I don't want anything from a service provider.
I was not going to accept
Yes.
from a service provider.
You told
Yes.
him, that's what you say, you told him.
Yes.
And I understand Ms. Hassan to say, well, if you did tell him that you don't want anything from a service provider, how come you've sent a pin drop, but also your address, but importantly, Mr. Matlala is arranging for the same things to be at 10:36. Arrangements are being made to get this stuff delivered to your address. If you said to Mr. Nkosi, I don't want anything from a service provider.
Commissioner, I think at some point because there are technical aspects to this whole thing, such as, for an example, yes, I mentioned the ways that I was not going to accept anything from a service provider. And I don't remember expressly saying no. As he said, it is from CAD. I don't remember saying expressly to Nkosi that I don't want to accept it because it is from CAD. I've never said that. I said I was not going to. And then as a result, at the same time, I knew I was crossing the line. Then I knew the danger zone now. And then I knew that I had to now step back. And I stepped back. I didn't just say, hey, why did you contact CAT? Why did you do this? No, I just kept quiet, said, this is not what I need. And I left it at there. And then they were never delivered.
Please switch on the second mic, General.
My apologies, Chair.
No problem, no problem.
The heat is on here.
Thank you, General. I would like to say to you, before I even go further, and I am going further on this very point, but for now, I want to say to you that's not a plausible answer. Because when you had the conversation with Sergeant Nkosi, that was the time for you to say, what do you mean from CAT? And you are confirming to the Commission now that you did not ask him about Mr. Matlala when you spoke to him. You never raised the question with him about why is Mr. Matlala involved. You've just said that you didn't do that. You just, in your mind, you thought, I must step back.
It's very easy at this point in time to ask this type of a question and say, yeah, it's not possible, and why didn't you ask that? And there was no time for that. If I'm in a meeting and I said, I heard this message talking about the bugs and impalas, I don't need this. And I don't need many because I can't even afford them. So please let it not happen. And as a result, they were never delivered.
I'm going to get to the point of they were never delivered, but I just want to say that you had time to make a phone call to him at 8:39 a.m.
No.
Well, you did.
Well, when I say no, I say, because I called him in intervals. You see, the problem is that with the South African Police Service, it's a kind of a situation where I'm not all the time sitting in the office alone doing your admin work. You are always somewhere in a meeting, executive meeting. We are all over and at this level with the ministers everywhere. So you will make a call when you get a chance. So to me, it was not even a priority. It was just a by the way issue because it was not a focused in that it's a project that they are looking for this for me. I never expected on that day because that he will get that message that says this because the last time I spoke to him about what I need and he knows that I've been wanting this and then at the time he then contacted me, it was off guard because I didn't expect at that money that I will get such a call. But what I might have said or not said to him at this present moment is probably too late for me to think now that I shouldn't have said or could have said. All I can say is that I didn't say that maybe, but I did indicate that I don't need impalas. And quite frankly speaking, Chair, the police have been to my house every now and then, including top management, including General Masamola himself and many others. I mean top management. They've never seen even one impala. So I'm just saying it never happened.
Okay. Can we go to file 10C? And that's
I don't know, maybe you are going to touch on this. If you are, please stop me.
I'm not
Ms.
done
Hassan.
with this.
Oh, all right, all right. File
File 10C.
10C.
And it is it's CJC 81. It's the statement by General Sentumule. And you've already read the statement and seen the annexures. And so I'd like to take you to annexure HKS 12.
Ms. Hassan, I don't know, you may want to give a warning for those that are sensitive about images that you are projecting, if you're intending to project what I think you want to.
I'll do so. Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. I just want to first say to you, HKS 12, are you there? Are you there? HKS 12, annexure HKS 12.
I'm at it.
It's at page 60 of the statement.
Annex HKS 12, I'm on it, this one.
Correct. Okay. So before I ask Ms. Poe to project this, Chair, for the purposes of the viewing public, I just want to caution that if anyone is sensitive about seeing images of animals in distress, then they may wish to look away. Okay, so annexure HKS 12, you'll see that this is an exchange between you and General Sentumule that starts on 27 March 2024. If you look at that image, the first image, right at the top of the image, it has the date in white lettering. Do you see it?
Yes.
So that's 27 March 2024. Okay, there's a message to you. From you, and then there's a message from General Sentumule to you. She has you saved in her phone as my GSS. Okay, if you scroll down the page, you'll see, scroll down to the next page. This is just showing you the string of messages. She sends you a message saying, hallelujah, this is so heaven. And then you forward to her 2 images. Okay. And can you tell us what those are images of?
These are animals that I had in the plot, and as you see them, this is what I had in the plot, and this is what died, and this is what I accepted that I had already in the plot.
No, these are 2 different, there's 2 impala. There's not one. It's not one, right? It's not the same impala, right? Can you confirm that?
Confirm what, 2?
Yes.
I don't think the second one you can see what it is, but okay, these are 2 impalas, yes.
Yes. And then you remember you said you only had 1 blessbok.
No. Remember I said I had them. And then when I bought the property, I had different animals. And then at some point, I wanted to breed It's in my statement. I just didn't go through my statement, but I wanted to see if I can breed them, because not far from where I live, there's somewhere where they're selling animals, meat, different kinds, but I wanted that part as well to see if I could go in them. And then we bought something like 4 or 6 of them of this type as well, but they didn't, were dying gradually. Yes.
But that was much earlier. By the time you were having the conversation with Sergeant Nkosi, you said that what you were looking for was one animal, right? And not impala. That's
Yeah.
what you've told us.
Yes.
And that you did not accept delivery of any further animals
Yes.
at all.
Yes.
And that conversation you were having, you say, with Sergeant Nkosi around 21 March 2024. Okay? The date for delivery of the animals was 25 March, according to the screenshot that we were looking at page 125, where the farm manager said he will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it on Monday to that location.
Yes.
Okay. So I can tell you that the Monday was 25 March 2024. These pictures that you are forwarding to General Sindule is 27 March 2024. Okay. In which you are showing her two different impala which have died. Okay?
Yes.
So that's not consistent with what you said, which is that you only had one animal, and that animal was a blessbok,
Yes.
and you did not accept delivery of any further impala.
Yes. That's exactly what happened. Like, remember in my statement, I did indicate that I had these animals, and I mentioned different type of animals.
No, in your statement, you can go back there. If you want to take us to your statement and tell us exactly where, I'm happy to do that.
Paragraph 41 of your supplementary statement.
For the record, Commissioner, Chair, for the record, may I be allowed to read my statement, all of it? This one in relation to the so-called impala controversy, to the latter, so that when I respond, because now I keep on responding and out of the statement, and the next thing I come across a question. So let me rather do it that way, and then so that I can explain. But I did
Yes.
hear the question.
Please do so, General.
By way of introduction to this section, I deem it necessary to address the allegations that impalas were acquired for me by Mr. Matlala. These allegations are incorrect. I accordingly set out the factual background to place the true position before the Commission. In 2017, during the period when I was employed by the COJ, I bought a small holding situated at Mnandi Agricultural Holding from my previous neighbor. The purchase included the existing livestock on the property, which comprised inter alia antelopes, blessbok, and emos. Emos is like ostrich. I am still presently residing at this property. Upon taking occupation of the property, my family and I commenced developing it and embarked on small-scale farming activities, including the sale of goats, sheep, chickens. To date, I still continue to sell eggs. And then I do have a garden as well. If you were to visit, you will see the garden where we plant some of these things. Over time, however, a significant number of animals died. The last of the antelope passed away in about November 2023. As matters presently stand, I only have one blessbok. I must say that the upkeep of the antelope proved to be financially burdensome, as they acquire substantial amount expenditure to feed, veterinary care, maintenance, following the reinstatement of at SAPS in July 2022. I was no longer in financial position to sustain this cost. In addition, due to security concerns at this property, I ceased commencing farming operations instead
Commercial.
commercial farming operations and instead vested in the construction of a perimeter wall to enhance security. Given the lack of financial viability and the escalating cost, I made the decision to scale down for my farming activities. I accordingly discontinued investment in antelope and reduced the number of goats and sheep, remaining primarily chickens, as well as the remaining emu and antelope at the time. Over time, the remaining antelope also died, save for one safe block, which is on the plot now. But the other ones is the one that died around about the same time that I'm talking about. So at the stage, the remaining blessed bog began to display unusual behavior, and I was advised that the animal was likely stressed and required a mate. I requested Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, who is acquainted with the property and its livestock, to assist me in sourcing a suitable female blessed bog or male, as he had indicated that he knew several individuals who farmed with packs. Subsequently, he contacted me and informed me that he had managed to source an antelope for me. He requested that I send a location to the gentleman that was going to deliver the animals so that delivery arrangement could be made at the time. I was engaged in meetings, and without paying close attention to the precise wording of this message, I sent him a pin location to the property. Upon later reviewing the message, I noted that he had referred to an impala, to impalas. I had immediately contacted him to clarify that there is a distinction between a blessed bog and impala, and that I specifically required a blessed bog, not impala. Now, the purpose of acquiring the animals was to obtain a mate for the remaining blessed bog. I made it clear that I would also make payment upon delivery of the animal and after personally inspecting it to ensure that it was indeed a blessed bog and suitable condition. I expressly requested that Sergeant Nkosi ensure that the correct animal named blessed bog be delivered. He later indicated that he had been under the impression that I was seeking an impala. As a result of this misunderstanding, no animal was delivered to my property. I categorically deny that I acquired and received any impala from Matlala or from any other person for that matter. No animal was delivered to my plot pursuant to this discussion. In fact, the remaining blessed bog on my property is already died. In any event, I'm no longer in a financial position to maintain any animals, let alone required livestock. So now, there are some mistakes that I see, because when I say, in fact, the remaining blessed bog on my property has already died, because I still have one, and at that time, they died slowly, gradually. At that time, two had died. And that is what was a shocker at that time. The two just died again, because as you can see, it's a forwarded message. When the gardener sent and say, let's say a goat died or a sheep died, and take a picture and send. That's what happened. So that is what happened. Those were the remaining ones. It's just that you type, I write to maybe and my team also. What is the right word? As they write when they draft, and then this unfortunately a mistake, or I don't know, say it's a typo, but I still have one that is there now. I do not dispute that I communicated with General Sintumile regarding the antelope that had died. I don't dispute that part. It is also noteworthy that General Sintumile has only now in a supplementary statement raised the issue, raised the issue relating to an alleged observation of Mr. Matlala's at my residence, as well as the matter pertaining to the impala. These are not peripheral issues. I don't want to get too deep into this. I wanted to just explain the issue of the impala. I don't know if it's, or I must read it as a whole. up to where it ends.
Only what relates to the impalas.
Yes.
Is there more?
No, I think this, I can settle with what I've read.
Thank you, General.
So you'll end at paragraph 46. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So, General, what you've read to us from your statement, I'd like to take you to paragraph 36. You say, over time, however, a significant number of the animals died. The last of the antelope passed away in or about November 2023. As matters presently stand, only one blessbok remains on the property. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's consistent with what I was putting to you, is what you had said was that you only had one animal left, the blessbok, right?
Yes.
All of the others had died by November 2023.
Can I say something? Can I say something, Chair? If the commissioners remember, I did say that the guy that used to work for me, the Zimbabwean that used to work for me, at some point, I asked him to get me 4. And then we bought something like 4 or 6. He bought them. They were in my yard, but they gradually died. And I said, the last one that died is around these 2 that you see. That's the one that I sent. Now, the only problem is that I do know that.
That's not in your statement.
Yeah, I will take that as well, because as I was talking to my counsel, junior counsel, and said, could you read the doctor's handwriting? She said, oh, General, I struggled to read the handwriting, all of it. So the draft, I see it this morning now, but I understand, and I don't want to really put the blame on her, but as I was talking earlier, I did mention that I used to have the guy who was taking my kids to school, and then ask him to at least buy me 6 so that I can have a little bit of wild.
And when did he do that?
The timelines will be something that will hit me, but it's some months before or weeks before that date that we see there. And then they died gradually. That's when I could conclude that they can't live, they can't survive.
Weeks before November 2023 that you refer to in paragraph 36?
No.
Weeks before what?
I'm no longer not on November 2023. I say after that period. I see that my counsel did say the last one passed away in November 2023.
Sorry, General, it's not your counsel who said that. It's you. You said you read the statement and you confirmed the correctness thereof.
No,
Nowhere in this statement does it talk about 4 other Impala that were bought, or at what time they were bought, when they were bought, and by whom.
I will read from my notes that I sent, because this is what I said, that I ended up also buying something like 4 of them over and above.
So it's just a coincidence that if we go back to HKS 12,
is it a question?
just to go back to the annex to HKS 12. So you forward the 2 images. In fact, just scroll through for the sake of completeness for that rest of that message. You send it to General Sentimula, you say 2 died.
Yes.
She says, where is this, Jen? You say, my place. She says, Haibo, Jen, are they yours? If yes, what killed them? The manner of death seems odd. It's like their necks were broken. And then you respond, one was trying to run away and ran into the dam. Another was found dead this morning. And then she says, sorry, Jen, I just hope the kids are not traumatized. That's the end of that message. Now, you're saying that these two that died now in March 2024, it's just coincidence that it happens to be when Impala was meant to be delivered to your place. You're saying it's a coincidence.
Well, if it's a coincidence, unfortunately, there's not much I can say.
Is that what you are saying?
It's what I'm presenting.
There's another reason I want to take you somewhere else, still staying on the Impalas, because it's not just General Sentamule's evidence. There's also a recording, and it's not just what we have from Sergeant Nkosi.
May I just quickly raise an issue around paragraph 36 with the general? Yes. General, as you went along, you would correct anything that you felt did not correctly capture the true facts according to you. When you read paragraph 36 in your supplementary statement, you corrected nothing. It is only when you are being questioned by Ms. Hassim that you now suddenly say that there's something wrong with paragraph 36. Can you explain that?
Chair, I found myself in between the hard surface and hard rock in this sense. The statement is drafted by my legal team, of course. And then I have to read and correct what I have to read, to correct. So it was crafted until late last night. I only saw it this morning, of which I could have maybe corrected one or two things. So at this present moment, I couldn't correct anything because we all arrived here almost when we were called this now 2 minutes. So I haven't corrected anything.
I'm not talking about corrections that you would have made during the drafting process between you and your legal representatives. I'm talking about corrections that you would make here before us. A good few times you have said, what's said there is inaccurate and here's the true position. My point is, here at this commission, you read paragraph 36 of your supplementary statement and you went past it, no correction, no nothing, and you continue to paragraph 37. So I'm making a simple point. I'm saying, if you are in the habit of making corrections here at this commission, why is it that you did not correct the content of paragraph 36 and only sought to do so when Ms. Hassim was questioning you on the content of paragraph 36?
Chair, it's simply because of the fact that at some point orally, I did mention that I had this guy who was working for me. He was also a driver, and he did.
That's not in paragraph 36, is it? I'm talking about paragraph 36, General. Why did you not correct paragraph 36? I'm not asking you about what you might have said in a different context. You asked the commissioners to read from your statement, and I allowed you to do so. You read and went past 36 without any correction. So my question is about paragraph 36 and not about what you might have said in another context. So simple question, why did you not correct paragraph 36 as you read it? And why did you only do so when Ms. Hassim was taking you to task about the content of paragraph 36?
I never thought at that present moment that I should, because I was reading and reading, but where I got stuck, where my attention was drawn, It's when they say the last one died, and I know that I still have it. So to me, that one stood up, and then she stood up, and I stopped, and I said, "This is what I see." But that I had bought some, even whether we're talking these animals, wild animals, or goats or sheep, they keep on dying. We keep on replacing. So I did buy.
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you. There's another inconsistency though with that, General, because you also went to some length to explain how your salary has dropped and that you're no longer in the business of animals and the feeding is costly and the space and all of that. Now you're saying that just coincidentally, just before March 2024, you acquired 4 more. Do you see the inconsistency?
Yes. Not, I don't say it's an inconsistency. I'm saying I hear what you're saying, but I want to explain that, look, to say that because they were expensive, to buy 4 more to be with these ones that I was buying, to me, it was not really such a big thing because it was not a big number that I needed.
I'm going to leave that.
General, the other concern is that when the photos were first flighted, you said those are not Impala. Those are Blessbock or whatever. Now you're turning around and you say, actually on the day, you still had at least 2 Impalas. Which is which?
I've really never said those are not Impalas, Commissioner Kumalo. Please, you can check what I said. I've never said that.
You never said that?
No.
So these are Impalas?
I think they are Impalas.
No, they are or they are not?
They are.
Yes.
General, can I? Yeah, I have a different difficulty. It is that in your statement, you don't mention, and it seems to be a deliberate choice on your part, you don't mention at all ever having impalas on your farm on this statement, the supplementary statement. You say antelopes, I'm looking at paragraph 34. You say antelopes, blessboks, and emus. That's what you have. That's what you tell us. And then you say over time, however, in paragraph 36, you then say a significant number died. The last of the antelope passed away on about November 23. As matters presently stand, only 1 blessbok remains on the property. And then you carry on. You tell us about the lack of financial viability. I accordingly discontinued investment in antelope and reduced the number of goats and sheep, retaining primarily chickens, remaining emu and antelope at the time. So antelope again. Over time, remaining antelope also died, save for 1 blessbok, which is still on the plot. And then you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi to assist me in sourcing a suitable female blessbok. Now, and then the next paragraph 40, and I won't read it, that's where you talk about the pin location to your property. Upon later reviewing the message, I noted that he had referred to an impala. This is at paragraph 41. I immediately contacted him to clarify that there is a distinction between a blessbok and impala, and that I specifically required a blessbok, not an impala. Now, and again in 43, I expressly requested Nkosi to ensure that the correct animal, namely blessbok, be delivered. He later indicated that he had been under the impression that I was seeking an impala. As a result of the misunderstanding, no animal was delivered to my property. The important part starts at paragraph 34, where you describe what was on your property. You say antelope, blessbok, and emus. You then go on to say the antelopes died, the emus died, the blessboks died, and I was left with only 1, the last of which died, and then the last died antelope, antelope died in November 2023, nowhere do you mention having impalas on your property from the get-go, from when you bought the property. You don't mention I had impalas. You tell us antelopes, unless referring to impalas when you say antelopes, but you say antelopes, blesbok, and emus. So you don't mention impalas anywhere in your statement. The first time you say there were impalas on your farm is now in your oral evidence. You say to us that you earlier said your gardener had obtained for you impalas, but that's the first time, and it's quite curious and notable that your statement does not own up to having impalas on your property, and it comes out now in examination. And it comes up in examination after you've seen the pictures and you've seen the WhatsApp message that says one of them died today on the 27th of March. And it leads to the unavoidable conclusion that you always had impalas supplied before when you bought, and that's what you refer to when you say antelopes. Maybe you always had them, but then you tell us that the last died in November 2023. That is if I substitute antelope for impalas. Then the last one would have died in November 2023, and you didn't have any after that. Then there's that Rudy, Mr. Matlala, Sergeant Ngosi communication. And now we know that on the 27th of March, 2024, you did have impalas on your farm. Can you just make it make sense? Reconcile what I've put to you, your failure to mention impalas ever in your statements, telling us about antelopes, blesboks, and emus only, and what you are telling us now about owning impalas.
I think, Chair, I will respond to this question, but I wanted to ask Commissioner Baloy, when she asks a question and she lumps several paragraphs, I understand I'm not, in the seat where I'm sitting and I'm thinking of the response, and then I go in long paragraphs, you tend to forget some of the details that you want to include. But in short,
Can I just say that if in answering my question, you require a moment to go back to those paragraphs that I've referred to, because they speak to the same thing. I don't see why you would have difficulty seeing that they are connected to each other. But if you do, I think you would be given, the chair would allow you time. If you say, I need to look at each paragraph that Commissioner Baloy has referred to before I answer, you absolutely have that opportunity.
no, I'll respond.
Okay.
What I want to respond, Chair, is that we from where I'm sitting, I don't know if I'm allowed to say as a black person, I called at home, and everybody who comes, we call it a springbok. And it is not a springbok. Even sometimes where they are locked up and then it is out, then they will say the springbok is out. Then we run around looking for it. But all I'm saying is that the issues of the antelope, that started now coming now when we really had to respond here and say, is this or is this that? Is this that? But after what I can say, Commissioner, where there are shortcomings in my statement, it might have been an oversight or a shortcoming, but I don't choose to respond like that because of the questions. Some of the greater details, these are the things that you never thought one day they will come up, and in such a way that you needed to keep proper record of what happened and when and what time, considering the fact that from where I'm sitting, I'm working from my memory. I don't even have anything, my gadget, I could not go anything. So I'm just saying, Commissioners, having to deal and be overburdened with ad hoc, Madlanga, criminal, disciplinary, and where I'm sitting now today, where I'm sitting as we speak, I'm expected to submit my close-up arguments for my discipline today. My lawyers have been sitting with me, we've been working, we've been here throughout the week. At the same time, the police, another process is running that is actually looking forward to firing me. That's then I'm sitting here. So I'm just saying, a lot has been happening in my life in such a way that I'm moving from this office to that office, from this office to that office, from this lawyer to that office. So there's a whole lot of things in my mind. So where there's oversight, where there's something that I missed, forgive me, but there's a bottom line that I just want to say to the chair and to the commissioners. I never received any impalas or any bags from Mr. Matlala or have them delivered to my place. So to why this message, why this coincidence, I'll accept it as a coincidence. Thank you very much.
All right, General, I hear the difficulties that you have because of the many processes, but I still do require an answer to my question. So I'm going to pose it differently. We've seen the images of those, and I must say first with that, I agree with you that for us Black people, as you say, there's a springbok. Maybe somebody refers to it as an imbala. I know that my kids refer to it as a McDonald because of how much of it there is in the Kruger Park. But on a serious note, what I want to understand is where you refer to antelopes in your statement, are you referring to a springbok or an impala? What is an antelope? And keep in mind those images that you admit you had on your farm. Is that what you're referring to when you say antelopes? Those images, those animals that we see?
I used the word, I think I used the word waterback, and then we had to look for the right word, antelope.
Yes. Okay.
And then all those words. So this one is the one that I know that they were bought because at some point where I had a lady that normally when I want to buy ducks, chickens, egg laying, whatever to buy, she would tell me where to find. Now that lady, because I lost contact in all the phones and everything, she's the one actually who advised where we can get that. And then it happened that I see that they also selling 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
That's when I sent the driver there at some point.
Okay. General, my question though, in 34, you say we have antelopes, blessboks, and emus. You've explained to us what an emu is. You've described blessboks. You said the ones with horns. Now I'm asking again, when you say antelopes, are you referring to the animals, the kind of animal that we saw in the picture?
If you were to ask me what is an antelope and what is a black bog, Chair, what is an antelope, what is a black bog, what is
an emu?
I can't say this one is a black bog, this one is this.
No, you can, General. You've described to us what an emu is. You said the one that looks like an ostrich. So let's strike that off. We know that when you say antelope, you're not referring to that one. You know that particular animal. So you've told us that. 2, you've described to us what you say is a blessbok. You said the animal with horns. Unless you tell us when you say blackbok, you mean the blessbok, you mean that which we saw in the picture. I don't think you do. Then it leaves us with antelopes. What you've called an antelope. Now, what I'm asking you is when you say antelopes in paragraph 34, are you referring to an animal that it looks like, or that is the one we saw in those pictures? HKS 12. Is that, whatever other name it has, don't fixate on its many other names, or you actually don't quite know what its proper name is. My question is simple. When you say antelopes in your statement, are you referring to the animals that are in the picture that we saw?
I could be referring to that, Chair, because
Okay.
Blesbok is an Afrikaans name, I guess.
I'm going to take your answer to be yes. When I say antelopes, because of how you're answering, and I've repeated the question, and I must say, General, I think you understand the question, and I think you do have an answer, but I'm going to take it that your answer means that when you say antelopes, you refer to the kind of animal that is in those pictures. Now, on that basis, you then, in paragraph 36, if you would go to your statement, you then in paragraph 36, and you now say, the last of the antelope passed away in November 2023. Given this discussion that we've had where you're not giving a straight answer about what is an antelope, and I've told you that I'm accepting your answer to be an antelope is what is in the picture. You say they died, last died in November 2023. So you no longer have antelopes from November 2023 or beyond November 23. That's what you tell us. And then you say, I then started looking for a blesbok. You do know the difference. You know that a blesbok is on your own statement. You distinguish an antelope from a blesbok. You now no longer have antelopes. Mr. Matlala offers to get blesboks for you. I think it's Van der Merwe says they will be delivered. Mr. Matlala says to Mr. Van der Merwe, check your account, which means payment has gone through. They are to be
Sorry, Chair.
delivered. Yes,
I hear the Commissioner saying Mr. Matlala then offers.
yes.
I don't remember saying Mr. Matlala offered to.
Mr. Matlala tells Sergeant Nkosi, sends Sergeant Nkosi a voice note about the of impalas. Remember the WhatsApp exchange.
Okay.
And then we had another WhatsApp exchange that was put in a series that was put on the screen where the farm manager says they will be delivered, right? You remember that WhatsApp exchange? Thank you. So lose track of the facts that are emerging from your statement and from your evidence. It is that your last antelope died in November 2023. Your exchange with General Sintumule on the 27th of March, 2024, that was HKS 12, shows antelopes, what you call antelopes, which everyone else says it's impalas, having died that morning. And in between, there's no explanation, when did you get them again? You deny you got them from Mr. Matlala. So the picture that emerges is you are not being truthful when you say beyond November, you say the last died in November 2023, and I never had them after that, in your statement at least. You're not being truthful. You actually procured them after this, and they died. The last one died the morning of the 27th of March, according to your WhatsApp message. Now you can comment.
Like I'm saying, Chair, it is very unfortunate for me that my recollection, memory in terms of the timelines binds me, and I get caught up between the timelines and the drafting and and having to work out of my memory, and then I put timelines very wrong or maybe in a mixed up situation in such a way that at some point now you begin to appear like you are not being truthful. The disadvantage that I just have is that I'm not like any other person who's operating under normal circumstances, who's in office with all the proper record, with his gadget and everything. So now here am I being regarded as not being truthful when all my gadgets have been taken, and every record that I don't even have any access to anything. So I'm operating from where I'm sitting. Now, where I made a mistake of a date and say, all right, like I indicated that I did ask my driver from home to be the one to assist me, and which we did. Now, that being the case, and the drafting, remember sometimes when you draft is to and fro, but I never had that luxury of toing and froing for a document and say, no, here I think we missed the following. So if I am at fault for that, it's my apology, but it's not that I'm being evasive or untruthful.
Thank you, General.
General, please read paragraph 44 of your statement, the first sentence. The supplementary statement. Remember the heading before 33 is the so-called controversy. The heading is the so-called Impala controversy. So you know you are dealing with Impala, and what you are being asked to address is the issue of Impala. Now read the first sentence of paragraph 44 of your statement.
Paragraph 44, I categorically deny that I acquired or received any Impala from Mr. Matlala, which is the fact.
No, finish the sentence, please.
Oh, he said the first sentence. That's why I was reading the first sentence.
No, but then
No.
you must get to the full stop,
Full-
Chair.
Yes.
General, why do you stop at the comma?
Chair, I went to school under a tree. So you said the first sentence, and I just went for the first sentence.
It
So,
ends at the full stop, not at the comma. That's my point.
yeah, I know, I'm one of those who went under a tree at school.
Don't worry about that. Just please read it.
I categorically deny that I acquired or received any Impala from Mr. Matlala or from any other person for that matter.
Now, General, you see, you say you deny that you A, acquired, and then B, received. So you're saying you did not acquire any Impala from Mr. Matlala or any other person. So you even disqualifying your Zimbabwean friend who you say acquired for Impala for you. Because if you say you did not acquire an Impala from any person, then it means you didn't acquire an Impala even from your Zimbabwean friend.
To me, Chair, is where English comes in. Not hiding behind English, just to say from my side, in my mindset, I did not acquire from Mr. Matlala or any other person for that matter, not discounting the fact that what I'm saying from my own angle. I was just saying I did not acquire it from any other person giving to me.
Because you're saying two things here, General. Yeah. You're saying I did not acquire it from Matlala or any other person, and I did not receive it from Mr. Matlala or any other person. Now, what was so difficult for you to say, as at the period referred to, the controversial period, I already had 4 Impala in my property. I did not require any other Impala because I already had it. In your statement, you do not say anywhere that in March 2024, you had Impala in your property.
Chair, I wish you were there when, Commissioner Bali, I wish you were there when we were drafting, and then I could have actually put it that way.
I haven't acquired Hesene.
No,
Not yet.
what I'm saying is that the way you put it so nicely, and I wish that this is what I had. Now, unfortunately for me, the mindset sometimes as we draft, I've seen instances where you draft like this, and then another council come and say, but why don't you put it this way? So it's just, to me, a drafting approach from a particular drafter. So I'm just saying, I accept that maybe my wordings may be falling short somewhere, somehow, and or indirectly implying something that I didn't mean to imply.
Because General, here is the problem. This section of your affidavit addresses the so-called Impala controversy. And you do it in 4 pages from page 1, 2, 3. 3 pages, it's 4 actually. And nowhere in those 4 pages do you say, in March 2024, I owned Impala and I had them in my property. And that is a problem. Because you're only mentioning it now when you are shown the photos. And I specifically asked you a question. Are those animals that we see there, are they impalas, yes or no? You said they are impalas. But nowhere in your statement do you say, on the 27th of March, I owned impalas and I had them in my property. And you have had General Sentumule's affidavit and the photos since Friday. So you've had the whole weekend to go through it. And at no stage in your affidavit do you say, the animals that are depicted in the annexures to General Sentumule's affidavit, I had them in my property in March 2024. Nowhere do you say that.
You see, Chair, sometimes when you are in a situation that I'm facing where you have to draft something and you craft something, and this thing is to be subjected to intense probing or cross-examination, other things begin to pop out that ask certain questions and that require specific questions or answers, that at that time when you were crafting, you craft and you say, all right, let me keep it short. Let me not go too deep in 1, 2, 3, 4. Some of the questions you may have to respond to, you'll speak to them if asked. But now when you are sitting here, they ask a question and say, yeah, but why did you deliberately choose to ignore 1, 2, 3, 4, or specifically not mention 1, 2, 3, 4? And of which sometimes it might be a question of, said, no, don't put too much details. You will respond to it. Now, unfortunately, I'm being asked now, but why did you deliberately choose to omit 1, 2, 3? It does happen, commissioners, and not because of I'm being evasive.
Sure, thanks, General. I think the concern is that what you omit is not something small. The kind of evidence that you're now answering in response to questions are not issues that are peripheral. This section is called Impala controversy. You called it that in your statement. The reason it's a controversy is because it involves acquiring Impala from Mr. Matlala. Isn't that so? That's why it became controversial. I mean, if you had Impalas on your, as part of whatever it is, but not from people you shouldn't be getting gifts from, then it wouldn't be an issue, right? It's a controversy because of Mr. Matlala, isn't that so?
Yes.
So there's another glaring omission from this section on the Impalas, and that is that you don't address, you've said to Commission now that you notice that Sergeant Nkosi says to you from CAT, and you say that you took distance from it because, well, you said, as we said, 2 things. One is you said you don't want Impala, we've dealt with that now. The second was you took distance from that because you will not accept anything from a service provider, right? That's actually the heart of what this section is about. But you don't deal with it at all in your statement. Why did you not deal with it in the statement and only when it was put to you in questions?
Yes, in a situation like this, it is easy to ask such a question from where I'm sitting because I'm the one who's expected to explain. But if I'm allowed to give a different but similar and relevant example, I don't know if the chair is going to stop me from.
No, I don't know what the chair will say.
No,
But I have
I understand, but I want to give a similar
similar to what?
example. And this thing, and I wish up until, I'm not gonna say a long statement, I'm gonna put one statement. If I'm allowed, Chair.
You see, the difficulty is I have no idea what you're going to talk about and to what extent, if at all, it relates to the question being asked.
I want to give a practical example of that it is possible. And not that you are hiding something, but it is doable.
Oh, all right, let's hear it.
When General Mkhwanazi testified here, he never made mention that he ever met Matlala in any way. When General Senona testified here, he says, I went with him there. Then General Mkhwanazi sent a message to Senona and say, you see now your client said is now exposing our meeting and he never said this and this and that. What I'm just trying to say, that omission, at that point in time, maybe it was not necessary for him to say it, but I was just giving a similar type of approach and say, look, it does happen. It's not like my omission was deliberate. Sometimes it just never, at that point in time.
No, General. The difference is you say in your statement at paragraph 38, you say, over time, the remaining antelope also died, save for one blessed bog, which is still on the plot. That's what you say in your statement. So at that point, you did have opportunity. Because remember the preceding paragraphs, you're talking about escalating costs, you no longer have money, and so you cease dealing in antelopes and emus and blessed bog. That's the background to it. And then you say at 34, over time, the remainder died, save for one blessed bog. And then at a certain stage, began to display unusual behavior. And then that's when now you introduce Sergeant Nkosi account for the exchanges with Sergeant Nkosi. What is being put to you is that, but the way you describe what happens to your animals over time, it's curious at best that you don't mention that when you were left with, as they were dying, you got your friend or your driver to get other animals, which you still had by the time you were communicating with Mr. Nkosi, with Sergeant Nkosi about getting your animals. You don't mention that. In fact, you create the impression, and I think it's a correct impression, that they had all died. And you were left with only one, and in March 2024, you were being offered, we'll call them antelopes because that's the language you are using. You were being offered impalas at that time.
Chair, I may have to revert to my notes as I drafted, as I was writing and sending to my counsel, and then she was drafting. So I just wanted to ascertain whether, didn't I really also indicate that I acquired some in between? Because, like I said, Chair, it was completed late last night to an extent that the other concern was you go to sleep early because you've got a long day tomorrow, and the council also, when I called, she was already sleeping because she's been working hard on this document, and we met in the morning. Some of the greater or finer details could have been really fixed, and I know it's not the problem of the evidence leader nor the commission, but I take the blame, evidence leader.
General, thanks. I just want to say that what I was putting to you is not just the issue of impalas and the missing information. It was also about not dealing with the Mr. Matlala, because why this is a controversy in the first place. So it's not the finer details that are missing. What you put on record more than once, including in your statement of 16 January, was that you categorically, and you're not tentative about your evidence, you say you categorically deny that you received anything from Mr. Matlala. Do you say that in relation to the impalas, you say that no, it did not involve Mr. Matlala. Then we take you to the messages, and the messages show that in fact the arrangement was through Mr. Matlala, because it says from CAT. So then you say, well, yes, you realized that, and so your way of dealing with it was to say you're not going to accept delivery from a service provider. But then when you're taken to the evidence which shows that there was delivery and that there are impala on your property, coincidentally, after the date of delivery, as we see from the chats, then you say the Zimbabwean gardener went and procured it for you. So that's what what I am putting to you about the inconsistencies, and that the omissions that you are now filling in as we go along are not just the fine details, they're actually close to the heart of this issue of the impala controversy. So do you understand where I'm coming from? These are very important facts that were omitted.
You went too long. Can you give me half of what you said so that I respond and go to the next one?
No, it's the whole picture. No. I can't give you half, because that's why I laid it out from the beginning to say, this is what you said and then you changed. This is what you said and then you changed. So each time when you say, well, no, you didn't put it in your statement, it's an omission, it's a finer detail you could have. I'm saying to you those omissions, whether it's about the fact that you knew that Mr. Matlala was involved in this, or whether it was about the delivery of the impalas, that they were on your property, that they died on the 27th of March, all of those things are important facts that you don't deal with, except when you questioned on it.
One thing that I've categorically made clear is that I never asked Mr. Nkosi to approach Mr. Matlala. I didn't know who and how was Mr. Nkosi going to assist me in getting such. Secondly, I'm categorically denying that I ever received any such delivery from Mr. Matlala's side or from Nkosi's side, because I didn't need them at that time. Now, I'm saying also that I am not saying what I'm saying because I'm being asked questions. I don't want to get or be pushed into a corner of saying, yeah, you knew it comes from Matlala. I had nothing that I've assisted Matlala with, nothing that I worked with him on, and he had no reason to give me anything because I have never assisted him. I don't invest in a dead horse because having to do with the tender supply chain, and I'm far from the supply chain, so I wouldn't be of any value to him. With regard to whatever that was happening in his investigations, it was being held in the province. So I'm just saying, to me, I had no real-time dealings with Matlala that could lead me to interact in such a way that he can give me something. That's what I wanted to say.
General, let me correct one thing. Mr. Matlala would not have asked for a meeting with you, and he would not have made an effort to meet with you in January 2024 if you had nothing useful to provide to him. The reason you said so yourself, he came to you, is because he sought your assistance or intervention. That's the real reason for the meeting in January 2024. Yes. He sought your assistance or intervention. And a month and a half later, there's the issue of impalas. So you are not correct when you say you had nothing to offer him because issues of tenders were supply chain issues. He came to you in relation to issues of tenders because he thought you could assist him. He was not wasting his time he came to office in January 2024.
Can I comment, Commissioner? Now, yes, he came to me with the hope as advised by General Tema and Sintumule that go and see General Sibiya, he's the acting national commissioner, maybe he could assist. I saw it coming, that why am I being approached when I'm acting? I signed nothing. And what I did, I never assisted him in any way. All I could say was to say, I heard you, I will take it to the national commissioner.
That's
Really?
the assistant.
It's not. He didn't get what he wanted. I went to the national commissioner and said, Nascom, I had this visit from this lawyer and Mr. Matlala is complaining about 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the national commissioner says, well, I understand that you say the man has got a lease agreement, but the public works is going to need to access to how to utilize our building on our premises. That's the feedback I had to give to Mr. Matlala. That was my role.
Thank you. One last thing then we need to go to before we leave Impalas, and that is a recording that was made by witness C when he was questioning Mr. Matlala. You've already listened to these recordings, haven't you?
I listened to it at that time, but yes, okay.
Okay. Can I play it again? Chair, we have a transcript, but I suggest we look at the transcript and we hear the recording, because the transcript in some places leaves an ellipsis, which you can actually hear on the recording. So I think if you have both, it would help. So the transcript of this recording is in file 6. At page 632.
No, I tend to forget that.
It's audio recording E. Page 632.
I'm listening.
Do you have it, page 632?
632.
Yes.
Yes.
General Male Speaker 2 is witness C, and then Mr. Matlala is named. And this is the transcript, but we will play the recording as well. The transcript is 2 pages long. Can we play the recording?
The guy so, but the guy no, so
you don't
the number is a game reserve. I say it's not in the it's in the wire. It's a 3,000 hectares. They are roaming. It's not like you can name or being done. It's in the web. So, I'm not sure if you'll be more. I think maybe
General, I don't know if you were able to, yeah, if you've heard it before, then it would be easier to follow. If you haven't heard it before, then the transcript is better for you to rely on. But the essence of it is what Mr. Matlala is saying is that he gave you impalas, and then he said they died, all of them. And he said there were about 20 of them. And he says, yeah, at the plot, they died, all of them. So Mr. Matlala here says that he gave you impalas and that he gave you many impalas.
I'm very worried about the evidence leader because she selectively chooses portions that she thinks could only address what she wants to achieve. But also deliberately choosing to ignore the fact that Mr. Matlala raised an issue and said, I have a problem with this recording. This is not my voice. It was AI generated. That's the first point. The second point is that when you go down, there are a lot of things that I'm going to tell you that witness C said, this is where we went. We took money to. There's no that place. This is what we did here. And I have proof of this and that. All I'm just saying is that I want to, if we were to play this thing, I'm not worried about this recording at all because it's such a lie. In all the things witness C mentioned, I do have plots, bonded, bought more than 4 years ago, all of them. And the plot that I bought is because I was at the city of Joburg. I was working there. I could afford one that was on auction or one that was very cheap. So all I'm saying is that this thing, firstly, even the head of IDEC testified and said the phone was tampered with. Secondly, when you look at the interview, where the man was under pressure, was being assaulted, or like they used certain relevant portions. So to me, I rejected this video with the contempt it deserves up until I get proven wrong or an expert is called that this voice was not manipulated. It is the man himself. But I don't want this thing to be used against me when I'm going to prove to you in the following lot of them that, in fact, this is not true.
So let me just say to you, General, first of all, this was introduced into evidence by the investigators who were present at the time that the recording was took place. This has nothing to do with IDAC. IDAC's never raised any objection in relation to these recordings. I can tell you that now. It was introduced into evidence. It was, and it was the testimony of the witnesses who were present. They gave evidence here in this commission. Mr. Matlala may deny that that is a recording for whatever reason he wishes to say this is AI generated. But what I'm putting to you here is what the evidence has been that has been placed before this commission. You may respond to it.
I want to respond.
But when you respond to it, either you say you're not going to be responding to any of this because of your concerns, and I want to be clear exactly what you're saying, whether you're going to answer questions on it or whether you're not.
I will answer questions,
Okay.
Chair. I will answer every question I want to. But what I want to raise as well is that the unfortunate part, I don't want to say in this commission, but the unfortunate part is that if I'm being accused of attempting to disband the political killing task team, and it is the same team that is investigating me, it is the same team that is investigating everyone again for attempting to disband us. It is the same team that is also investigating the recommendations that come from the Madlanga Commission as were given. The same team, whatever that we raise and say they took money, the same PKTT, they took money from Fort Hare with evidence, and that is not coming anywhere there's a lot of manipulation. This is not a clean investigation at all. Now, when you question me about an investigation that was conducted by the suspects themselves, that took money from from accused number 1 in Fort Hare University with evidence investigated by the DPCI. Now I must be questioned about some junior officials who are corrupt themselves, who booked someone from the cells and then started creating some material that must be produced here and be read here. I don't accept it.
General, when you say this is not a clean investigation, what exactly are you referring to? Are you saying we,
No.
as the commission, are not conducting a clean investigation? What are you talking about?
Chair, I'm far from accusing the chair of that part.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the investigation by that witness, or the chair. I have high respect for this commission. They are fair. It's not referred to this inquiry.
I just wanted to make sure because the whole of South Africa is listening.
No.
And there may be a lot of misunderstanding around your statement, but I'm happy.
I'm
if you've
far
clarified-
from this one,
you've
Chair. I'm not
clarified.
accusing the chair of anything, or
Thank
the
you,
commissioners
thank
of anything. I'm
Thank you.
talking about the fact that the investigator, if I am accused of attempting to disband the PKTT, and now they are already conflicted, they cannot be the one now to investigate, to start investigating me now. Now, I can point out a lot of issues where they are involved in the commission of an offense with evidence. Now they are now this I must sit here and them producing a false evidence against me. Now, why I'm saying that? Why I'm saying that, Chair? You evidence that you have to give me a chance. They say Mr. Matlala used to give General Sibiya money at his townhouse in Sandton. The townhouse that I sold before I came to the police. I sold it before I came to the police, and the person who bought is a businessman who took occupation immediately. I never had access. They tell you about the money that was collected somewhere in a circle. There's no circle. I've got pictures in my phone, but even if we were to do inspection in local, there's no circle. Number 2. Number 3, the properties that I have, I do, and that one in Sandton, it was an Airbnb. At that time, I was not even going there myself, because it was just an investment company. Why, Chair, you'll find me trying very hard to have property 1 or 2 or 3 there. I'm almost 60 years old. I've wasted a lot of time. I still don't have a house because of the difficulties that have been put in. Don't be, I don't want to use the fooled by, misled by the wall they show. Get behind the wall and see what is there. There's no house. Now they show my wall, and the wall I built running because there were some intelligence movements who wanted to kill me immediately after that investigation of Richard Mdul. That's why I had to take the money I was given and to build a wall. But if you are to come inside, there's no house. There is a house, the old house that I found there in that plot. And since I came to the police, what I haven't bought anything else other than what I came up with. Whatever car that I have, I came there driving it into the police. Now, all of a sudden, witness, we did this. No. So I'm just saying this one of witness is a non-starter.
General, you were being asked, we have a transcript in front of us. We've listened to a recording. What Ms. Hassim was asking is, are you going to, given your position about this all being AI generated and are you going to take any questions arising from the transcript? Or you refuse to take questions because Mr. Matlala has said it's AI generated and your distrust of everybody and their corruption that you have spoken to, it's really Yes, no, I'll take questions and then we take it from there, or you say I won't take questions and we take it from there.
From where I'm sitting, because I have nothing to hide, I'm prepared and I really want to take questions on these issues.
Yes, one issue of clarity. You said Mr. Matlala has said that his voice was AI generated. When and where did Mr. Matlala say this?
At the ad hoc.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And-
Perhaps we should take the adjournment at this stage
Yes,
and
thanks, Chair.
return at 10:02. My commissioners are suggesting 2:15. So let's come back at 2:15.
agreement documents that was part of these discussions. Copies are being made, but I thought I should maybe perhaps, without any waste of time, with your permission, Chair, if it's possible that I read it into the, unless the Chair directs otherwise.
We have been furnished with copies, General. Let me just look. Ms. Hasim, you put a question to the General, and the General raised the issue of the letter he had referred to previously. Your response?
Chair, can we just admit the letter into the record as Exhibit CJC 82? And then, I mean, I'm not sure whether the witness is saying he wants to admit the letter now or not.
That's my impression.
Do you want to address the letter or do you want to admit it in?
For me, it is very much crucial to support the fact that it was on the 17th of January when I received the email.
Okay, hold on. I just wanted to get the answer to my question about what you wanted to do. It's clear what you wish to do. Could we admit it into the record as CJC 82?
So
and then the witness can.
I'm sorry. So admitted.
Thank you. And now you can take us, you don't need to read it into the record because we have it, the commissioners have it, but you can tell us what you want to say about it.
I just wanted to say that this is a lot of demand, a notice to vacate the promise, to vacate the property, and then also saying that they act on behalf of Mr. Matlala, made 24, and that there are people who are actually occupying the premises which has been leased to them. So that is what they came to and discuss. And I might have, or I made a mistake that I must admit, that I spoke about the tender document when in fact it's supposed to be the lease agreement.
Yes.
So I'm just correcting that error, Chair.
So, but General, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
You know, you refer to the letter. There's a cover page, which is the email, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the letter was attached to this email. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
And it's an email from Mr. Matlala to you.
It's email from Mr. Matlala to Sitole, Major General Sitole, and then copied DNC Crime Detection, myself, yes.
And the date of that email?
Is 22nd of February, 2024.
So you received this this letter of demand on the 22nd of February, 2024?
This document, what is important about this document? It is the document when they were setting up an appointment to see me, and then to come to the office, I guess, because when I look at the letter of demand is signed 19 January 2024. In other words, they attached this letter of 19 January as well.
Yes, I'm trying to understand. I see that the letter of demand is 19 January 2024. They sent this to you on the 22nd of February, but this was after your meeting. This was after the meeting you had with Mr. Matlala.
Look, Chair, based on the fact that I see paperwork now in front of me and the dates, I'm subject to correcting the dates where I see the dates, because the bottom line to me is that it was this that the meeting was based on. Now, the email came first, and the attachment here is 19 January, which means this document was there already when the lawyers came with Mr. Matlala to the office. So which means that my meeting could have been around February. Where I made the mistakes in terms of the date, I will admit, but I don't have any paperwork now that I could really refer to.
Yeah, you know, when I first started asking you about your first meeting with Mr. Matlala, do you recall I pointed out to you that in your statement in the ad hoc committee, you said that the meeting was in February. And I think you might have even said 22nd February, but I stand to be corrected. But definitely in your statement before the ad hoc committee, you said you met him in February. And then in your statement to the Madlanga Commission, you said you met him in January. And I said to you, why did you change the dates to January? So, and now you're saying you want to go back to February. Is that what you're saying?
Chair, all I can say, honestly speaking, where I got the date mixed up, here are documents, of importance. Here are documents with the dates, the 2 dates, whether it was February or January. To me, it's neither here nor there, but I do accept my mistake where I found let's say, I said we met in January. It's because in my mind, as I recall the document, I would recall this date of 19th of January. But this 19th of January, you find that it is in fact the date that was just attached to the email. So I accept that whether there's mix-up of dates in my case, I'm working from my memory.
I must do this, just finish this off by saying in the ad hoc committee, Mr. Matlala testified that he met you in January 2024. So I'm asking you, is that why you said January 2024 when you provided the statement to the commission?
Not necessarily, because remember, I testified long before him in Matlala, at the ad hoc committee. And then also himself, he was not from his home when he went to testify. There has been too long in prison without paperwork or whatever. So whatever date mixed ups there is, to me, I will, Chair, there's not much I can say other than to say whether maybe I made a mistake, whether it was in January or February, but here's an email, here's a letter of demand, and there's a lease agreement that is being, they want to make the copy. And this is the gist of the basis for the meeting. Now, whether it was in February or January, where I could have been wrong, I won't really argue much around that.
Okay, that's fine. You said we're still going to be receiving another document.
Yes.
Okay, are you referring to the lease agreement itself, General?
That is correct.
We have been given copies just now, Ms. Hassim.
My back was turned.
Yes.
We've received it.
Yes.
Right. Then, Chair, I suppose we must also admit this into the record as Exhibit CJC 83.
So admitted, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else on this letter, General, before you answer my question?
Not at all.
Okay. So the question was about what Mr. Matlala said about delivering the impalas to you.
All I know and all I can remember is that he denied it himself. He said it never happened, and then that is not his voice. So I say, I know the fact that I never received such.
Okay. So let me just take you to another part of the record, the chats. It will be in file 7. Yeah. And it's page 89.
Page 89.
Whilst you are looking, General, I know Mr. Matlala is not here, has not been thus far, but I just want to engage you on your reliance on what you say was a denial by him regarding the impalas. You remember the screenshot that you were shown here today or this morning?
That's correct, Chair.
And you remember that part of that screenshot, Mr. Matlala says to the person who I think, or rather whose voice I think we hear in that recording, he says to him, please check your account. Do you remember that?
I do, Chair.
That must have related to Mr. Matlala paying. I mean, that in context, that's what seems to make sense, correct? Check your account.
Yes, Chair, I agree, but it could have been for anything.
No. If you, let's go on with, of course now, but we can show that screenshot
flag it
again.
yes.
But in the meantime, let me work on the basis, I'll be shown to be a liar. But after Mr. Matlala says, check your account, then the person says, thank you, sir, got it, thank you very much. You see that?
I see, Chair.
And then on memory, I think it then promises to deliver. What does it say down there? Okay, everything has been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it Monday to that location. Is it good? So he's saying that to Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Matlala says, no problem. Do you see all that?
I see, Chair.
I still remembered it, or I still remembered all of it off the top of my head. Now, if this appears to be the case, Mr. Matlala paid for the impalas, the person received payment, the person promised to deliver, Mr. Matlala said, no problem. But what must we make of this? Must we say this is all a lie?
From where I'm sitting, Chair, when I'm sitting with a situation where I said I don't want the impalas, remember, Chair, at the back of our mind.
No, I'm very sorry to do this to you, General. This is not about your own response or attitude. What I'm asking you is about what you said was Mr. Matlala's denial. What exactly did Mr. Matlala deny? You said Mr. Matlala made a denial regarding the impalas. What exactly did he deny?
He said he never sent any impala or bought any impalas for me.
Does what we've just looked at support that?
That is something else. They don't say for General Sibiya or for Sibiya.
But remember, this is all in the context of you having given your address for delivery. All of this is in that context.
You see, Chair, it will be dangerous to speculate because from where I'm sitting, I don't know the relationship between Matlala and maybe this person who is talking to and what that money was it for or about. But I find it very difficult for me where I'm sitting, having to respond to a communication that involved between Matlala and someone else or between Nkosi and someone else.
General, Ms. Hassim already took you to the location or the pin that was sent. And you accepted that it was your address. Do you remember that?
I do, Chair.
Yes. So this was to be a delivery at your place?
Yes, Chair.
And the only thing spoken about which was to be delivered were the impalas?
Up until I said...
No. Let's leave aside what your attitude was. The only thing that was to be delivered was the impalas, correct?
Not the impalas. What I wanted.
General, I've said it will be the third time now. I have said at this stage, I'm not talking about your attitude. Your attitude. But what was to be delivered, according to the conversations, the context was the impalas, correct? Yes, your attitude was, Sergeant Kosi, if it's impalas, I don't want to hear a thing about them. All I want is a mate for this one animal, which is a black spoke. If it's impalas, I don't want. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you that in context, everything that was spoken about was about the delivery of impalas. I'm not talking about what your attitude was to that. Is it not correct?
It's correct, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sim.
Thank you. We can go now to page 89 of the chats that I referred you to. Just let me know if you're there. Are you there? Do you see it, General?
Page 89,
Yes.
yes, the bid was not properly. You're talking about that,
Yes, that's right. That's the top of the page. But if you just go a little further down, this is a
Advocate Sim,
conversation.
Maybe to assist him, the flags that are, so WB1, then 89.
He's there.
Is he there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll see at the second message from the bottom is what I want to draw your attention to. This is an extract of a WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Brown Mokotsi. And it was retrieved from Mr. Matlala's phone. And the second message from the bottom reads as follows. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there's any truth in this. Did Mr. Brown Mokotsi speak to you about delivery of animals to your plot?
no,
Did you not have any conversation with him about impalas?
no.
So this conversation between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Brown Mokotsi takes place on the 8th of May, 2025. Do you see that?
8 May 2025.
Yes.
I don't know where you see the date, advise me, oh,
It's-
okay.
On that chat.
I say 14 May 2025.
No, it's the one above.
Oh, and above, yes, 8
Yes.
May, yeah, okay, I see it.
There's a gap in some days before he sends the next message to Mr. Mokotsi. So it's 8 May 2025. So it was before his arrest. And the recording that we played was taken at the time of his arrest on 14 May 2025. Okay? So the conversation about the impalas, the animals and the delivery to the plot was already taking place before he was arrested. Do you see that?
I hear what you say.
You still maintain that the 14 May was an AI generated?
I wouldn't get involved into the AI generated stuff or part of it. All I'm saying is that these are the conversations between certain individuals on their own accord, whatever they were talking about. That does not involve me.
It does involve you though. And they are talking about the delivery of animals. Here Mr. Matlala says animals, but what we know them to be are impala.
But
So if there was not this issue of the impalas, the delivery of the impalas to your property, why would he be discussing it with Mr. Mokotsi?
what I heard is when you were saying to Mohotsi, I hear you going around saying, you told so-and-so that, let me read it. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at this plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there's any truth in this.
Yes, he's asking, did you tell Mr. S, who's, I think is you, did you tell him that I told you about those animals? Did you then go and tell Mr. S about it? That's what he's asking.
Well, personally, I never discussed with Brown Mokotsi the issue of the impalas. I never discussed with Mr. Matlala about the issue of the impalas.
The only person you spoke to was Mr. Nkosi about the impalas.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And we're not going to go back there because we've looked at that whole exchange of text that you knew it was coming from Mr. Matlala. So we're going to leave it at that. Unfortunately, we're not leaving your relationship or you don't like me using the word relationship, but your contact with Mr. Matlala. And I want to move to another time period. So we had March for the impalas. Now we have 14 September 2024. Can you please go to page 111 of that same file? Hold on.
Page 111.
Yes. Actually, sorry, that's the wrong page. Can you please go to, actually, no, I do want to take you to page 111. What I want to show you on page 111 is a series of calls between Mr. Nkosi and Mr. Matlala. And you'll see at 1911, you'll see at the bottom of the page of 111.
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Nkosi calls Mr. Matlala. Okay. So there's an exchange between the two of them at 1911 in the evening on the 14th of September. Now I'd like you to go to page 364 of the same.
Just to ask Chair, this page that we just dealt with, what is the specific question related to it? So that when you go to the next one, I'm going to respond on
No,
that.
you've got to see them together. So we'll go there.
These are just calls, né?
It's just a call, yes.
Yeah, so which page? Next page?
Yes, so now I've asked you to go to 364.
On it.
Okay.
Now we are moving from, okay, the 14th of May, the 14th of September to the 13th of September.
No, hold on. The relevant chat, we're going to begin on chat number 2. So it's 14 September.
Yes.
Now, this is a chat between you and Mr. Nkosi, okay?
Yes.
Right. So we saw 1911, the call, but hold that in the back of your mind. Here we've got 1907, you send Mr. Nkosi a message saying, back, ? And he responds 2 minutes later, he says, just arrived now, General, dropping this go-go, then coming to you. And then at 1910, chat number 4, you respond and you say, ask Cat to make a turn. Okay, that's at 1910.
Yes.
And then we saw at 1911, Mr. Nkosi called Mr. Matlala. That's at page 111. Do you recall?
I do.
And then he comes back to you at 1911 and 14 seconds with a message. I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8. Okay, and then at 19:12, he says he will be there in 30 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right, so this is you asking Mr. Sergeant Nkosi to communicate with Cat, as you call him, and you ask him to make a turn. So the first thing I want to ask you is, how is it you refer to him as Cat in September 2024? Is it not because by then you've established a relationship with him that you can use a term of familiarity?
No, I think whether we like it or not, this is how he's known. Although officially speaking, we have to call him Mr. Matlala when we are addressing, but he was known as Cat, he's known as Cat. So it's not a question of familiarity, because there are certain names that you can call where you call a person name and surname. But there's another one that you can call that is known with a particular name. Unfortunately, that's how it is.
So you say to Sergeant Nkosi, ask Cat to make a turn, and you know that he will convey that message. It's not unusual for him to be asked by you to communicate with Mr. Matlala for the purpose of inviting him to your house. This is not unusual.
Yes.
He says, yeah, that's fine. I know what you mean by Cat, and I make the arrangement. And he then proceeded to make the arrangement.
Yes.
Okay. So why is it that you wanted Mr. Matlala to come to your house?
Look, what happened is that I think it is, at that time, it was my son's engagement. And we didn't have many people there. There were, I think it was something like 20 people. And it was mostly my son's friends and the fiance's friends. So the people that I had invited there was General Sintumule. Because I worked very close to General Sintumule, and we had a very good relationship with General Sintumule. And General Shibiri was coming back from China. I also asked him, called him and said, hey, I'm here and this is what's going, because I was alone. I didn't invite my friends because it was not about me. Now, as they were there, there was also, General Sintumula didn't come alone, came with General Tema. General Tema was the former head of the college, who is a very close friend of Miss Matlala, Cat Matlala's wife. As you can see, even in General Sintumula's own statement now, the supplementary statement that she just submitted, where she says she was introduced to a lady as Miss Matlala, then later was introduced to Mr. Matlala. Now, one of them asked me and say, Mr. Matlala want to make a turn because his wife is here. He must come fetch his wife. Do you mind? And then I didn't say I don't mind. The way I responded, it was after quite some time, because I don't remember how, in what context it happened, but I then sent that message that said, Cat to make a turn, because remember, at that point in time, Chair, like the former Minister Begitela said, the eyes then that looked at Cat are not the same eyes that look at him now. There was nothing wrong at that point in time that we could say there was a problem that we know of. The man was under investigation, or he was just one of the people that we were used to. And me, in my case, I was getting used to him, but he was not my friend. So that's why I say I wrote that message and say, Cat, to make a turn to me, it wasn't really a big deal.
So when you said ask Cat to make a turn, it was a friendly invitation for him to join you at the celebration?
Not necessarily an invitation, but because of the fact that, to me, I thought it, like they first wanted to check whether am I comfortable or not, because there were not many people invited. I then said, no, ask her to make a turn.
Okay, so it is an invitation.
Well, if it is what it is, then I'll accept it.
I want to be clear about this because you send a message to Sergeant Nkosi, you say, ask Kat to make a turn, and he says he'll be there in 30 minutes. And your explanation is you're having a celebration and there was a request for him to come and join and to be present at the celebrations, right?
Not to be present, because remember,
What does make a turn mean?
he was expected to come, because he had to come fetch his wife. But then they were not sure whether he will be welcomed. That's when I said, ask her to make a turn. How I termed it, maybe, or how I put it, the words, this is how they came at that point in time.
I think I'm missing something. You said that you were informed that Mr. Matlala would be coming. Would it be okay?
Yeah, somebody would say, look, would you mind, do you want to come, and his wife is here, he wants to come. Do you have a problem? At that point in time, I'm not sure whether I responded same time or not, but I did give consent that he can come.
Okay, and so how long was he there for?
I never sat with Kat, not even for a moment. So I can't say how long was he there for. All I know is that I did bump into him, and then not more than an hour they were gone.
Okay, so he was socializing.
If you want to call it socializing, I can't help it, man.
Yes, I mean, you did say it was a small gathering. It was only about 20 people.
Yeah, it wasn't for adults, it was for my son engagement.
I think, General, you should have a look at your statement on this. Sorry, it's the statement from this morning. Because your version there is a little different from what you're saying now.
That's at 22.
22,
paragraph
thank
22.
you, thank you.
Page 6, General, paragraph 22.
Paragraph 22.
Yes. And your version here, maybe you want to read.
Should I read it? On 14th.
Can you read from 22? Until the end of that section.
On 14 September 2024, my wife and I hosted a surprise engagement celebration for my son and his fiancée at our residence. The gathering was intimate in nature, attended primarily by close family and friends. A limited number of senior officers from head office were also invited, including Major General Tema and General Sintumule. Now, I don't know, earlier the chairperson said to me, you were quick to correct some of the things and then some you keep quiet. I didn't invite General Tema. She was already on pension. And then she's a close friend of General Sintumule. General Sintumule came with General Tema, and General Tema is a close friend of Ms. Matlala's wife.
Okay,
Must I proceed?
yes.
I placed on record that I did not invite Ms. Matlala to the event, nor did I initially invite Mr. Matlala. Mr. Matlala attended the function on the invitation of General Tema. She arrived earlier in the course of the event. As the afternoon progressed, General Tema informed me that Ms. Matlala had consumed alcohol and was hesitant to drive herself home. I was conveyed that she wished for her husband to collect her.
Continue.
Must I continue? It was only that stage and in those circumstances that Mr. Matlala attended the event for the limited purpose of collecting his wife. I paused to mention that I also communicated with Sergeant Fanning Kosi and advised that he could convey to Mr. Matlala that he was permitted to attend the residence, given Sergeant Nkosi's close acquaintance with him. Sergeant Nkosi had been assisting me with certain logistical arrangements relating to the event during the course of the day. At the time in question, he was briefly attending to a personal errand. It was in those circumstances that Mr. Matlala attended the residence. His attendance was limited in duration. While he entered the home and briefly socialized, this was incidental to collecting his wife. He remained for no more than approximately an hour before they departed.
Okay. So when you communicate with Sergeant Nkosi to make a turn, you don't say to Sergeant Nkosi, it doesn't indicate to Sergeant Nkosi that you are giving permission to collect his wife or that there's an issue that his wife can't drive or anything like that. Why is that? How are we to interpret that? Because it doesn't sound like somebody who you're saying, you know, you need this permission to come collect your wife because your wife.
No, I wasn't hostile. We were not hostile. There was no hostile relationship between me and Mr. Matlala in such a way that I could spell it out in that fashion. To me, remember in that moment, at that time, you didn't know and think of a moment like this one. So it's just something that was happening out of 10.
But why would you then need to, if Mrs. Matlala is there and her friend is there and they say, is it okay? She would like her husband to join. Why do you then need to contact Sergeant Nkosi to ask him to invite Mr. Matlala to make a turn? If all you're doing is saying, yeah, it's fine, if she would like him to join, why not leave it to the wife to communicate with the husband to say, this is where I am?
Remember,
Why do you need to contact Sergeant Nkosi to make the arrangement?
remember that in some instances, there's been situations where you find that a wife is invited to a party, but the husband is not necessarily invited to a party. And then the husband cannot just show up because his wife is there. And the fact that maybe also it was to my house and said, look, if it is there, just check with the general whether will invite or not. But I don't say this is how it happened. But in my case, I was told that Mr. Matlala wants to come and fetch his wife. And so he will be coming down here. I hope you don't mind.
Yes, but that wasn't communicated to you by Mr. Nkosi. That was communicated to you by the people at your house.
Yes.
So once you say to them, I don't mind, why don't you then leave it to them? They can then say, we've spoken to General Sibiya, he's got no problem. And then he comes.
Yes.
Yes.
But I did.
Why did you need to go through Sergeant Nkosi?
Not that I needed to go through Sergeant Nkosi, but at some point I did communicate to Nkosi because I know that he knows Kat. And then I said, no, tell Kat to make house. He mustn't, to make a turn, he mustn't be afraid.
He knows that you know Kat.
We are past that stage. He knows that I know Kat.
Okay. And I'd like to take you just to what Mr. Matlala's version is on this. And that's at file 6. It's also an audio recording. It's the one prior to the one we just listened to. So it's file 6, page 629.
Page
Page 629.
629, thank you.
Okay, so, it starts a little earlier. You're free to read from the beginning of the transcript if you wish. It's a discussion about questions regarding Sergeant Corsi and you. And then it comes around in 629 to the discussion about EFTs, and the male speaker too says he wants something like dates, car that you were using, where's the car, the routes, things like that. Do you see that?
Yes?
Okay. And then 3 lines down, so line 13 on that page, Mr. Matlala says, I was driving a Rolls Royce. I had a Rolls Royce, and then the transcript doesn't capture the rest. And then male speaker 2, what did his son want? And then Mr. Matlala, it was a party, indistinct, when I got to the party, and then indistinct again. And then witness C says, did you withdraw that money? And Mr. Matlala says, yeah, but remember, I will withdraw maybe 500 and then give him 300. Yeah, so I remember, do you want cars or places, etc. So what he was saying here is that he came to the party. He's saying, it seems, that he came in a Rolls Royce, for what that's worth, and that he came with money, but he said, I remember I will withdraw maybe 500 rand. I think he probably means more than just 500 rand.
500,000.
Something like that. And then Mr. Matlala also says, I also went to his plot, his townhouse. And then he says, I was driving a Benz. Okay, so that's Mr. Matlala's version from here, just regarding the party. There are other things, but for the moment, what is your response to that?
Chair, I have screenshots of the family group, family meeting, the grouping that we have, and how each one of them were contributing. This one buying this one saying I'll buy this one saying I'll buy the cake, this one I'll bring this, and then I said, okay, I will bring the spread braai. It was just for 20 people. That didn't need even 300,000. My family paid everything 100% for what was going on. So I want to share it, and I want them to also display it, because this is a family meeting. I mean, and then I don't know how I can be assisted that they be also shown there. The same way we see this one, let this communication be shown there, because this is what happened.
You just tell us what.
Sorry, so Ms. Hasim, I think you referred to 500,000.
500 rand.
500 rand.
Yes.
500 rand, not 500,000.
500 grand is 500,000.
Sorry? Rand.
500 rand.
R-A-N-D.
No, we didn't need 500 rand, quite honestly speaking. You remember, it was at a late stage, and it was almost done, basically.
So the audio clip, and we could play the audio clip, Chair, but the audio clip refers to 500,000. And what it's suggesting in the audio clip, the transcript has these indistinct in between, so it's not quite complete. 500,000, suggesting that he takes cash, basically, to General Sibiya.
They talk about 500, actually, I think it's something like 300,000.
You listened to that audio clip, did you?
Yes, I listened as he was testifying, but obviously I know that the evidence, I believe so much in that thing, which
No.
I don't, and it's not, It's not right. It's
No,
not
no,
correct.
please, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm not believing in anything. I'm putting to you the evidence that has been placed before this commission. It's only fair to you that you are given an opportunity to respond to this.
I want to
And a
respond.
straight answer would be benefit to you.
Chair, I want to respond by showing the group that was created by my wife with the family and kids. Other kids, I've got 6 kids, all of them adults. They're working. And then this one said, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do to support our brother. And here, I don't know if I should just read them into the record or just attach them so that they are seen there. And then you can see even the date from 11 September when
Can
my
I,
wife
sorry,
started.
General, let me stop you. I accept your word for it, Chair. I have no problem with that. I can understand that in a family setting, that's how it works. People contribute, but it doesn't answer this question, which is a response to this evidence about Mr. Matlala saying he came to the party and that he came with cash.
You see, Chair, in all fairness, it is important that when the evidence leader tried to demonstrate that Mr. Matlala came and he contributed to my son's engagement, then I demonstrate that no. Everything that happened there, we carried as a family. Starting from my wife went with a credit card to Spar to buy the grocery for a small number of people that were there. And then others bought cakes, and then we bought this. We didn't need 300,000. We didn't need money from Mr. Matlala. And I quite honestly speaking, I didn't need it. We didn't need it. We didn't ask for it. And then if it was in a sense that is going to bring that amount of money at that point in time, at that late hour, he would have done it maybe in the during the day so that I can use it to spend. But because it was, I didn't even invite people, not even there was no friend of mine, not even one. So I'm demonstrating here that we paid and we carried the cost, and everything that was there, you can see even yourself that no. Here the family were working together in dealing with this whole thing. So please, this thing of the 300,000, I'm throwing it away. I'm rejecting it right away from the onset.
Okay. I'm not going to, it's still not answering. I didn't put it to you that it was for the purposes of the engagement or for paying for that evening. I don't know what it could have been for. I'm just putting to you what Mr. Matlala says. Right. So to say, well, no, we paid for the engagement, we did it in these various ways, doesn't answer the question directly.
Let's.
But
Perhaps it does in this sense, and perhaps I'm suggesting that you should move on, Mr.
Yes.
Sim. It answers in the sense that it denies ever having needed the money. And then, of course, it goes on to give the reason as to why he possibly could not have needed it. But part of that says, I did not need it, I did not receive it. So in a sense, it does answer it. Perhaps.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm happy to move off this. I think we're
Yes.
not going to get further with this.
Are you
I
leaving
just
the
want to-
topic, Advocate Hassan? I have one question on this topic.
On this, I just want to confirm one thing before you do so, Commissioner Khumalo. Do you confirm that General Shibiri was present at this?
Yes.
Okay. And he was aware that Mr. Matlala was going to be arriving?
I wouldn't say so, because it looked like General Shibiri was arriving from China at that point in time. Because when he just landed or arrived, something like that, but he was not around.
Generally, you make all your answers very long. Can you please try to shorten your answers? Because the question is a simple one. Was General Shibiri aware that Mr. Matlala would be there? If you know he was, you say yes, he was. If you don't know, you say I don't know. If you know that he did not know, then you say no.
I really don't know, Chair.
Sorry?
Okay.
I don't
And-
know.
Thank you, General.
Thanks. And then,
And, may that request please apply to all your answers. I do know that there are instances where you may want to give an explanation, but it cannot be in respect of all your responses. Thank you, General.
Chair, I have a question to ask.
Yes.
What is the status of this witness's statement? What is its status? Is it a confession? Is it an admission? Or it was just an interrogation? Because I'm being asked on something that could have been obtained unlawfully as well, or like as determined by Mr. Matlala as being AI generated, and say, I deny this and I deny this and I never said this, or the circumstances under which this statement was undertaken, where they went and booked him and then spent 5 hours with him interrogating him. Now, whatever they said about me, because they want me, now I'm responding to the statement that were made by the sergeants, when in fact they are talking about a confession that was obtained by Mr. Matlala that was supposed to have been, they are junior officials, they are sergeants. They were supposed to, when a person begin to make an unequivocal statement that if it were to be made in court would amount to a plea of guilty or a confession or an admission, then which means then there are certain procedures that needs to be followed. And in this regard, we're talking about a statement where people just called, went to book a person out, sat with a person out for 6 hours and saying it was an informal decision. It was an informal discussion. And then as a result, I just want to be assisted. Where do we position this thing? Was it an admission made by Mr. Matlala? Admitted? Is it admitted? Was it a confession? Or, because I'm now, why I'm worried is the fact that I know the status of PKTT in terms of so badly wanting to get hold of me, considering the fact that they have been to Mr. Matlala many times, even in jail, and saying to him, give us Sibiya, we'll take you out, we'll leave you out. We are prepared to even leave that case of Ms. Tobejani as long as you give us Sibiya. Work with us. Now, I'm in this situation now where now I'm being questioned on the statement that were obtained by PKTT junior members. Say, this is what Matlala told us. Whether I was being assaulted or so under duress, I don't know. But I'm just worried about the fact that I'm responding to a statement that I don't know what its real status is in front of the commissioners.
Ms. Hassan?
General, it is what I described earlier, which is evidence that's been introduced to the commission by witness C, who was there when he was questioning Mr. Matlala. And that's all it is. This is not a criminal trial. This is evidence that emerged during the course of this commission's hearings. I hear you speaking a lot about this plot that's against you, and that witness C and that all of the people who were responsible for arresting Mr. Matlala are actually doing it as part of a plot against you. But that doesn't take away from what, in his own voice, Mr. Matlala has said. You can say it was AI generated, that's fine. I'm putting it to you so you can respond. You can admit it, you can deny it, you can say whatever you want to say about what Mr. Matlala allegedly said, if you want to put it that way. And that's it.
Ms. Gillian, do you wish to say anything on this?
I agree with the evidence leader that the status and the admissibility of the evidence is not what is to be investigated, but simply this is what somebody said, and for that purpose alone, the witness is asked to respond.
Thank you, Ms. Gillian. General, at this stage, just a minute, just. General, we have heard your point, but at this stage, we would want you to respond to the questions.
I will respond, Chair.
I think Commissioner Kumalo had a question, or was it?
Much later, Chair.
Oh,
Let him
all right.
finish the answer to the question.
Oh, all right, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hassim.
Would you like to answer?
I thought I responded in
Yeah,
the chair.
I would suggest that if you rather
Okay.
repeat your question.
Oh, no, it was really to respond to the to what Mr. Matlala is saying, that he came to your house, that he came, you know, in a Rolls Royce, that he had withdrawn cash, and that it was 500,000, but that 300.
I think we dealt with and put the question of the money to bed. He denied the bit about the
Yes.
money. Yes.
Yes, for some reason, the witness reopened it and said he was questioning the status of it. So I thought he wanted to come back to that question. But if you don't have anything else to say on it, we can move off it.
I do.
Yeah.
Chair, the only question, and without any waste of time, is that over and above the fact that some of these allegations are allegations that can really be confirmed. If a person talk about EFT or clever cash, we must be able to also produce that they are on that day as well. He went to the bank and he withdrew 500,000, and then this is the money. When asked about that, he said, Mr. Matlala's got too many accounts, but let's also see if maybe on that day, did he ever really withdraw money or transfer any money? I mean, the commission has got investigators. It's a point that we're supposed to be just assured and say, and we can confirm that point as well. But all I can say, I would not really put my family through this thing of my kids. They are struggling where themselves from their own little corners. Another one say, okay, I'll buy a cake. This one said, no, I'll buy this one and I'll contribute here to support our brand. And then the next thing, when I know that, no, I've got 500,000, I will say, no, don't worry, guys. And then I'll put actually 50,000 and say, go deal with this thing. And then I keep quiet with the 250,000 and see what I do. But that is not the case. So I deny this thing of the EFT, the 500,000, it's just being malicious.
Yes, Mr. Hassim.
I have no further questions on this. I'm going to move off, Commissioner Kumalo.
On the 14 September event.
Yes.
Yes. General, I have just a few questions. So when Mr. Matlala came to your house, it was late at night. I'm assuming it was around 8 o'clock.
That's correct.
Yes. And when somebody who's never been to your house before comes to your house that late at night, you would open the gate for him. How else would he get into your house?
No, Chair.
General, did you open the gate for him?
I'm trying to explain to you. I have security at the gate that opens the gate and closes the gate when we have an event, so that people that are invited, they cannot call in every now and then someone must go. So one of the people that I ask that works with me, or that we ask the gardener, will be at the gate. As a car comes in, they will open the gate. And then as a car drives out, they will open the gate, so that nobody comes every now and then call me, open the gate. Sometimes I can't even hear the phone, or I don't find my phone somewhere. So we normally make provision for someone to be at the gate.
So did you tell that person that Mr. Matlala will be coming to your house and they must open for him?
No, I don't tell a person that Mr. So-and-so will come. You are at the gate and you know there's an event at home. Whoever comes, open the gate. Whoever goes, open the gate.
And when the gate was open for him, did you go to meet him and introduce yourself, or him introduce himself?
Not at all.
There was no greeting?
No. Like he said, I bumped into him. It's not like I was seeing him for the first time. So I met him, I bumped into him, we greeted, and then he went and joined his wife
You know, understand me, he's coming to your house for the first time. I mean, when you go to somebody else's house for the first time, you greet them and they welcome you into their house. Did that not happen?
No, it's not how it works, how it happens in all instances, especially under conditions like those. And considering the fact that my house is there.
You love explaining. You can just say that did not happen and then we leave it there.
All right.
So I don't want you to give a general. My concern with your original statement, it is 90 pages long. Remember, we've been through it over the past 3 days. And from paragraph 161, you address allegations concerning your purported relationship with Mr. Matlala. And all you say in 4 paragraphs is that there was a meeting in January 2024. That's it. You don't mention that there was an occasion where he was invited to your house and there was a party and he did attend, circumstances of his attendance, and he spent an hour at your house. Why is it that you did not consider important to deal with that in your statement before this commission? Why does it have to come by way of a supplementary statement when other people like General Sentumule mention where they met Mr. Matlala, that they met him at your house, and only then do you volunteer information to this commission that, oh yes, in fact, he was at my house, there was an event at my house, and these were the circumstances? Why is it that you did not mention this in your 90-page statement when you devoted a section of your statement to allegations about your relationship with Mr. Matlala?
I think, Chair, I respond to a question that I'm being asked. And when I draft a statement, I drafted the statement and focused on the point at hand. Now, if where I didn't include it, and then it's something that I can speak to, both in writing or oral, that is the case. If ever, maybe perhaps I didn't include it, and then it's something that I am responding to and probed or ask a question, because sometimes I'm not in the same mindset as the evidence leader who is there to ask questions and I must respond. But in my case, when we draft a response on a particular point, we ask a lot of questions, but sometimes I will say this is about, if you are not asked about this, then why put it in?
General, but you are speaking about your relationship with Mr. Matlala and you are devoting a section of your 90-page statement. Remember why you are here. You are here to assist the commission to establish facts. You don't wait until people make allegations and then only then do you say, oh, I was hoping they were not going to mention this. Now that they have mentioned it, then I will deal with it in a supplementary. Because it's the same issue with the impalas. You say none of this. If you were not allowed to file a supplementary statement, we would have been left with the impression that you only met Mr. Matlala once in January 2024, and that was it. We would not have known that actually he was at the house at a party. Only when General Sentumule mentions it in her statement, and you depose to a supplementary statement where you are responding to General Sentumule's statement, only then do you give the commission these facts. And I find that troubling.
I really am not so sure that anyway, I've never referred to it, but what I know is that I think I can also at this point in time also remember whether at all committee I was ever asked about it. I was never asked about it, and then even now I was never asked about it. Up until it is being mentioned, that's when I respond to it. So that is why it's not a question of one is withholding information or hiding information, because I'm prepared to respond and I'm responding. If I'm asked about something, I'll respond to it. But if it was never asked, I kept it short.
I'm leaving it there for now.
And then factor into that what Ms. Hassim has already raised with you, which is Sergeant Kosi says that he's dropping the goggles, then coming to you, and you then say, ask it to make a turn. So if you look at what Commissioner Kumalo is raising with you, and what I've just read to you now, to an ordinary reader, that sounds like you were just inviting Mr. Matlala. This idea that he was coming to pick up his wife who had taken a lot of liquor doesn't make much sense. Because all you would say to him is, and by the way, Mrs. Matlala needs to be picked up. Please ask her to come pick her up. You don't say, ask her to make a turn. You are inviting him.
If this is maybe how commissioners maybe see it, I will really, from where I'm sitting, just stick to the fact that when I said ask Kat to make a turn, in my mind I was implying that you can ask him to make a turn. It doesn't really matter. I don't have a problem.
Who had said anything about a problem? That's the thing.
No,
Sergeant Kosi, after dropping off these goggles, I'm coming to you. So you're basically saying, also ask Mr. Matlala to come as well. That's in context, that's what this means. This thing about Mrs. Matlala and so on, and Mr. Matlala having to come pick her up because she cannot drive, in context, it simply doesn't make sense.
General, you're shaking your head.
Are you shaking
you're
or nodding? I
rather.
think he's nodding. I think the general is nodding.
No. It's a chair's viewpoint on this thing, and it's not a fact that I think I should take any further when the chair says it doesn't make sense to me. So to me, I can't argue any further when the chairs. Remember, the chair-
Ordinarily, people don't speak like that. As khulumi kanjalo, we don't speak like that. All I'm saying is, I mean, you would say, usho kuMatlala ukuthi alande unkosikazi akazukwazi ukushayela imoto ngoba uthande ukuthi kakhulu. That's how you would put it. Please ask Mrs. Matlala to come, Mr. Matlala to come pick up his wife. I'm translating for those who didn't hear. That's how ordinary conversation would go. So I'm not trying to gratuitously attack you or anything. I'm just talking about how people would talk normally. Don't you accept that?
This is how people talk normally, Chair. But how it happened at that time, I cannot also at this point in time describe it anyhow to say, why did I put it like that? But I said, ask Kat to make a turn. And as far as I'm concerned, there was nothing wrong.
Thank you, General.
General, maybe still on this, when you say to Mr. Matlala he can make a turn, and you don't say to Sergeant Nkosi the reason that you are giving us now, you do appreciate that Mr. Matlala would not have known that you are asking him to come and pick up his wife. Only you would have known that, because you don't tell Sergeant Nkosi why Mr. Matlala should make a turn. And so Sergeant Nkosi doesn't tell Mr. Matlala why he's being asked to make a turn. He could only therefore, both of them in fact, Nkosi and Matlala, could only think that he's being invited to your house.
We didn't think so, Commissioner, because already Mr. Matlala was in constant communication with his wife, I guess.
No,
Under
don't,
normal
don't,
circumstances.
don't guess, General. Don't guess. You've given us what you say are the facts. You say they spoke to you to check if you would be okay or have a problem with Mr. Matlala coming to the house. So you state that as a fact. You then respond by instructing Sergeant Nkosi to tell him to make a turn. So what I'm saying to you is, with what you have told us, you must admit, or you must accept, that Mr. Matlala would not have known from you, at least, communicating to Sergeant Nkosi, that in fact he was being called to come and collect his wife. Just as we wouldn't have known until you started saying, they told me that his wife can drive. Just looking at this correspondence.
Commissioner, if you remember very well, Mr. Matlala himself did indicate that he received a call from his wife to come fetch her. He did indicate that at the ad hoc.
Okay. I'm not aware of that evidence. I'm dealing with I would like to believe, I don't want to think that you are tailoring your evidence to accord with what Mr. Matlala said. He may well have been lying. And I think it is best that you don't refer to him, because then it may give the impression that you are tailoring your evidence to accord with what he has said. I'm asking you about that date, what happened on that date. Forget what Mr. Matlala and his wife may or may not have been discussing. You say to us, you have this party, they tell you that Mrs. Matlala won't be able to drive. And they ask you, would you have a problem with Mr. Matlala coming to your house to pick her up? You action it. And that's what these WhatsApp exchanges are about. You action it by telling Sergeant Nkosi to tell Mr. Matlala to make a turn. And I'm saying to you, what I'm putting to you is, on what you are telling us, someone asked you, do you mind him coming to the house? You instruct Sergeant Nkosi, or you ask Sergeant Nkosi to tell him to make a turn. And I'm putting to you for your comment that, and I think it's a concession you can fairly make, that just on this, he wouldn't have known why he's coming to your house unless his wife spoke to him. Unless you don't know as a fact that his wife spoke to him. Surely you should be able to make that concession, that unless his wife told him that she can't drive, he must come and pick her up, he wouldn't have known why you are saying he must come and make a turn.
Commissioner, Chair, with respect, the evidence leader leads me about a statement that was made at the ad hoc commission by Mr. Matlala. He says things that, and she asked me about things that were spoken by Mr. Matlala at the ad hoc. And I respond, and I'm also making reference to what I heard him saying at the ad hoc. Now then, Commissioner Mbale says, no. Forget about what he said, because now you might be accused, I might actually take it that you are tailoring along the way. Now, I want you to answer in respect of this. Now, but as I answer in respect of this, then the question is gonna come and say, but Mr. Matlala in ad hoc said this. Now, I'm in between now.
Okay, that's it. I hear your complaint. It's a fair complaint. Let me do this differently. We don't know whether Mr. Matlala is telling the truth or not in the ad hoc committee. So I don't base anything on what he said. I didn't even listen to him in the ad hoc committee. So, and I don't know whether it's true or not what he says happened about this incident. So I put no stock on it. I have my conversation with you about that night, what you know about that night. So let's not refer to him because we don't know what happened between him and his wife, if anything happened at all. We don't know for sure. So I'm saying go back to that evening of the 14th. You are at your house. Your version is someone said to you, they said to you, Miss Matlala can't drive back home. Would you have a problem if Mr. Matlala came to pick her up? That's what you tell us. And I'm not in a position to say, no, that's not true. That's not how it happened. I have, for purpose of discussion, to take it at face value. It's what you say happened that night. You then action it. That's what you tell us. You send a message to Sergeant Nkosi to tell Matlala, Ket Matlala, to make a 10. We do know that he does arrive because that's your version. He does arrive at your house. All I'm saying to you, or I'm putting to you, is that when all there is someone spoke to you, Sergeant Nkosi wasn't there. Someone told you Mrs. Matlala can drive. You say to Nkosi, tell Ket to make a 10. Ket arrives. In all of that, with all of that communication, Mr. Matlala would not have known from you or from Sergeant Nkosi that he's being asked or invited to come and collect his wife. That's what I'm putting to you, and I'm saying I think it's a fair construction of what happened that night. What do you say to that?
To me, Commissioner, it's rather impossible that my wife could be somewhere at the party and I don't know where my wife is, or I know that she's at a party and she can't drive, and then that someone else must call me and say my wife cannot drive.
Do you know for a fact that Mr. Matlala knew that his wife can't drive home? Do you know that as a matter of fact? And you understand when I say as a matter of fact, I mean, you're a police officer. You know what the question means. Do you know as a verifiable fact that Mr. Matlala knew that his wife, before you called him, before Sergeant Nkosi spoke to him, and before he arrived at his house, at your house, do you know that he knew as a fact that his wife is unable to drive herself home?
Personally, I didn't know.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted from you to clarify. You want to follow up on this?
Oh,
I'm still doing some questions.
you can, I have a question on this chat,
Just go ahead.
but not if it's going to interrupt your line. So maybe you should finish, Commissioner.
Don't forget your question. And then you say, when you say they asked me if I would have a problem, who is they that you're referring to here?
I think it's either General Tema or General Sintumule,
Yes,
because they are the ones who were sitting with her.
yes,
Yes.
okay. And you told them, no, I don't have a problem. I'm assuming you would have told them
Yes.
that. Okay. And if that's what happened, if you said to them, no, I wouldn't have a problem, why was it necessary for you to get Sergeant Nkosi to communicate with him? Sergeant Nkosi wasn't in the house with you. He was nowhere near you. So you can't say, oh, I saw him next to me and I thought, let me just mention it to him. He's out there. Why don't, after giving the answer to whoever it is that asked you, why don't you leave it at that? Why do you involve Sergeant Nkosi, who's far from this?
I think I left it at that up until when either I got a call but we spoke with Sergeant Nkosi. That's when I said, tell Ket to make a 10. But I left it at then because it wasn't like such a special invitation. So up until at the time I spoke to, I said, no, tell Ket to make a 10. Because I could see already his wife was here and we had two generals. The third one was Shiviri only, and then no any other person was there. These are the only two colleagues that I work with at that office that I came, so that I'm not alone. And I didn't invite friends because I knew that others will complain why I didn't invite them.
Why did you not call Mr. Matlala yourself?
Like I indicated, Chair, I never made it my practice to actually communicate with him.
Let me suggest to you what then your answer leads me to. Let me tell you what it leads to. That when Sergeant, because you could have communicated with him, you say you just never made it your practice to communicate with him. Well, Sergeant Ngosi says in January, you said he will be your contact person between you and Mr. Matlala. And this speaks to exactly that. You didn't call Mr. Matlala yourself when you could have, if indeed what you say was the reason for inviting him is the truth. You could have called him. You could have left it with the people that told you that his wife can't drive. You instead involved Sergeant Ngosi, who is not on your property, who is not in the party at that time. That seems to support his evidence or his statement that in January, when you were with Mr. Matlala, you asked him if he minded to be the go-between between the two of you. It's consistent with that evidence. What do you say to that?
Which I deny, Chair. That is not the fact. That is not the case. I didn't need him to be a go-in-between.
Well, he was a go-between here. You could have phoned Mr. Matlala, and you say to us, well, I didn't make it a habit to speak to him. And remember earlier on, you testified that after your January meeting, you started interacting with him. And now here, and then Sergeant Ngosi says, well, I was a go-between by agreement, by arrangement. And we see him being a go-between here. He's a go-between here. When he says, when you say to him, ask Kate to make a turn, and he does that, and he updates you. I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around. He will be there in 30 minutes. So he is the go-between the two of you.
I don't think so, Chair. It happened. So it happened, but it does not necessarily mean that there's always a go-in-between.
Yes.
But I do understand that what the commissioner is saying, that why couldn't you speak to Mr. Matlala yourself? But
Yes.
At that present moment, I didn't think of me calling him because I'm not even sure whether I had his numbers there in my phone, because I never wanted to keep his number in my phone.
Yeah.
Because I avoid this
Well,
communication.
if you didn't have his number, I want to suggest if you didn't have his number and Mr. Sergeant Ngosi was not the go-between, you would have gotten his number from his wife, who was there with you. Ngosi was out,
I've never spoken to Mr. Matlala's wife.
but you knew he was there. You said to Sintumule or Tema or they, give me his number, I will call him. But you did not do that because you did have a way of communicating with him. And your way of communicating with him was through Sergeant Ngosi, as Sergeant Ngosi says.
I do understand and I do accept the fact, commissioners, and really, if it didn't happen that way, maybe oversight on my side, I will accept it as well.
Okay. Maybe lastly, you say you did not invite Mrs. Matlala to your function. You're nodding.
That's correct.
So she wasn't there on your invitation.
That's correct.
And I think you said she was invited by Major General Tema.
I think so, because this is what I also read from, when you read General Sintumule's affidavit, the one that we received.
Well, General Sintumule doesn't say that. Her affidavit at paragraph 6.1, I can read it for you, otherwise you can pull it out if you want. This is her speaking to that evening, and I'm going to read. Do you want to pull it out, General? Are you happy for me to read it?
I want to get it, it's just that I'm juggling
It's
between
10,
different
it's file,
files.
file 10C.
I've got it, Chair.
Yes, if you, it's quite a long paragraph. She says, I want to give you, if you start from the bottom and you count the line numbers, I just want to direct you where I'm going. From the bottom, 11 from the bottom,
Page 11.
line, oh, sorry, I do apologize. It's page 5, paragraph 6.1 of that statement. 6.1.
I've got it, Chair.
And then line 11 from the bottom. You will see that line starts with, I did not trust him, even if there were other generals or people. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is where General Sintumule tries to explain why she didn't come alone. And she says, I did not trust him being you, even if there were other generals or people. And then this is where I want to read from. I would either take my younger sister or a friend. In this instance, I took Major General Tema, and she can attest that I informed her that I was actually uncomfortable going to this event because of the ever-changing nature of my relationship with Lieutenant General Sibiya. The party was on a Saturday, and I recall, and this is the part, upon arriving, we noticed there were other colleagues who were also in attendance. During the event, there was a lady, and this is the part where she explains Mrs. Matlala's presence. She says, during the event, there was a lady that came and sat with us, and Major General Tema introduced her to me as Mrs. Tsakane Matlala, with whom she was acquainted. And then she later pointed me to Mr. Matlala and informed me that he was Tsakane's husband. So, according to General Sintumule, Major General Tema did not bring Mrs. Matlala to your house. In fact, what happened is General Sintumule is the one that brought Major General Tema. That's what General Sintumule tells us. That's what she tells us. And then she says she then saw Miss Matlala there. So it is not correct. And it may simply be that you've got the facts wrong, or your recollection or your understanding of what happened that day, which is fine if that is the explanation. But Mrs. Matlala was not brought to your house, according to General Sintumule. She wasn't brought to your house by Major General Tema.
It is not correct, Chair. Miss Matlala is a very close friend of Miss Tema.
Yes, she may well be. I don't know anything about their relationship. She may well be close friends. All I'm putting to you is General Sintumule, and if necessary, the commission can, if it's decided it's important, can get a statement from Major General Tema. But according to General Sintumule, Mrs. Matlala was not invited by Major General Tema. She says, I met her because she came to sit with us. I invited, when I say I mean General Sintumule, says, I invited Major General Tema. 1, 2, while we were there, a lady came and sat with us, and she was introduced to me as Mr. Matlala. So that's General Sintumule doesn't confirm what you're saying, that they came with Mrs. Matlala.
If I were to respond, Chair,
Yes, please do.
I'm going to say something here that no matter what I say, I don't see changing the attitude of the commissioners in relation to my involvement in this thing. And I'm going to give you an example, Commissioner, that says, when you look at the lease agreement that, I don't know whether it's Dr. Pett, the one who did the BBL, or there is another doctor who was referred to get the lease agreement from Department of Public Works. They were referred by General Tema, who was the head of college. The same applies to Mr. Matlala. They were referred by General Tema to the same Public Works. Now, we are sitting with one person who is very close to these people, but the commissioner is saying, no. This lady, Matlala's wife, was actually brought by you, not by her, could not have been them. But she's very close to them. I don't know them. And I found them there working together, being very close to one another.
General, I'm not saying you brought Mrs. Matlala to your house. If that's what's happening in how you perceive things, it doesn't come from me. I didn't put to you that you brought Mrs. Matlala to your house. I'm discussing with you your description of how you say she came to be in your house. You say she came with Major General Tema. That's what you said. One. And then you say, even General Sintumule says that. You remember that's what you said. For now, I'm not yet asking for comment. You can say to me, I'm wrong in my recollection of your evidence. But your evidence, and let me repeat it, is she's very close to Major General Tema, who has since retired, and you didn't invite her to your house. She was brought by Major General Tema, who came with General Sintumule. Even General Sintumule says that in her affidavit. That's a sum of your evidence.
Now, Chair, I don't think I was specifically saying they came all three together.
Okay.
In their house to houses. I invited General Sintumula alone.
Yes.
And then she asked me a question and said, General, can I come with General Tema? I said, it's okay.
Yes.
Because at least she needed to be with someone.
Yes.
And then she came. Like even what I heard at the artwork when Mr. Matlala was saying, my wife was invited by one of her friends. So this is what I know, at least.
Yes. But you said positively in your evidence, and it is important to detail because part of the work that we are doing is investigating your relationship with Mr. Matlala. So it is important to detail. Your evidence a short while ago is that Mrs. Matlala came there with Major General Tema. That was your evidence. That part I did not misunderstand or mishear. And then you say Major General Tema is retired. She was invited. I didn't invite her. She was invited by General Sintumule. That's your evidence. And then you say even General Sintumule says so in her statement. All that I have done is to read for you, together with you, what in fact General Sintumule says about it. And I say, but what you've described about how Mrs. Matlala came to be at your house is not how General Sintumule describes it. So what you're saying is not the same as what General Sintumule said. And General Sintumule may well be wrong or being dishonest even about it. But you are, to the extent that you are relying on her affidavit, I was correcting you that no, but your reference to her affidavit or your reliance on her affidavit is incorrect because that's not what she says. She says, we met Tsakani Matlala at that house. That's what she says. And that's really the gist of it. She says, we met her at the house.
You see, commissioners, there are key points that I wish the commissioners could just also highlight or underline rather, to say that I'm taking the relationship that says they are close friends. I'm taking it to the relationship with Dr. Pett, who did the BBL. I'm taking the relationship to the fact that it is General Tema who actually assisted Dr. Pett or the other doctor. I don't know whether it's Pett, but there are two doctors involved because another one, she did hair transplant, she did all those things. Now, when you look at the fact that I also indicated that they were at Mr. Matlala's house, at General Ntumule's house, both Mr. Matlala and Miss Matlala, and I gave the registration number of the car. I do have the registration number of the car, and I'm challenging the evidence leaders, not the evidence leaders, I'm challenging the investigators also to see if they can locate the vehicle in the vicinity in terms of telephone triangulation to see if it can be confirmed, because it is confirmed. So I'm just saying, these people that are so close to Miss Matlala and Mr. Matlala, no, they are there, and I'm the one actually who was inviting and who's actually close to Mr. Matlala, and these ones, no, I just wanted to put that point as a worrying factor to me.
General, is the long and short of what you're saying that General firstly, I would like you to accept that the statement of General Sintumule does not confirm your version of how Mrs. Matlala came to be in the house. I think that you must confirm just by reading from the statement. You have a different version, she has her own version. So that should be easy to get you to agree to it. And then two, and maybe let me make this point, that if you speak about who was close to who in terms of relationships, I think it's a fair proposition to you or suggestion to you that on your own evidence, you were close to Mr. Matlala. It may be a question of degree. You didn't have a non-existent relationship with him. You told us earlier, you met him in January 2024, and years after that, you started interacting. We see imbalas coming into the picture, voice notes being exchanged. Mrs. Matlala is at your house. You say, tell him to make a 10 without explaining why. Mr. Sergeant Nkosi seems to know and understand what this is all about, and he easily tells him to make a 10, and he reports back to you. That and other facts suggest that you do have a relationship with him.
Irrespective of the fact that I do indicate here that I never received any impalas and I never wanted them from
No,
Mr.
I'm not asking you about impalas, General. I'm speaking specifically to, there are these facts. You did not receive the impalas, but Sergeant Nkosi is getting impalas, is trying to get impalas for you. He involves Mr. Matlala. And when he says cat, this is from cat, you know what he's talking about, which cat he's talking about. You know and understand all of those things. But on your own version, after you met him in January, you do interact with him. You tell us that of course, after that, we started interacting. So all I'm simply putting to you is, well, on your own version, there was a relationship with you. You had a relationship with Mr. Matlala. We can debate, was it close? Was it not too close? Was it uncomfortably close? That's a conversation for another day. But for now, all I'm putting to you is, on your own version, there was clearly a relationship between you and Mr. Matlala. In the same way, maybe, that you say even Major General Tema had a relationship with him. Even General Sintumule had a relationship. You did have a relationship with him.
I think I never at any stage denied that I was talking to him or I spoke to him, but what I was not really agreeing to was that he's a friend, he's my friend.
Okay.
But I want to ask a question, Chair, direction perhaps, in just to look at this. Is this thing of having spoken to Mr. Matlala looked at in a negative light, in a sense of him being a service provider, or a person who is not charged criminal, who's not under investigation, and then given to as far at that time, to as far as we're concerned. The reason why I'm asking that, we have the same scenario where Lieutenant General Nkua, who is the acting Deputy National Commissioner, who is very close to a lady whose husband is the one who's been allocated the tender, and they are all over the show. They attended the wedding.
No,
Let me finish, Commissioner
General.
Baloyi.
No, General, no.
No, no.
I don't think, no, I don't think we should provide you with a platform to make allegations about people. If you've got evidence before us, by all means, you can do a supplementary statement. You can provide us with evidence, and then we look at of what relevance is that to our terms of reference. I don't think it is right that you sit there and you use the platform to introduce other relationships that suggest impropriety. Maybe there is impropriety, but this is not the time or the opportunity for you to do that. I asked you a question about, do you accept on these facts that they indicate that you had a relationship? And I made a point of saying to you, I'm not saying it is close relationship, because I don't know how close this relationship is. But do you accept that from January, when you say you met him for the first time, and you've now testified this morning to say, of course, I interacted with him after I first met him, and now we know his wife was at your house. We know he came and spent about an hour, according to your evidence. We know that Sergeant Nkosi tried to get impalas for you, at the very least tried, for you from him. Yes, and then now this evening, you say to Sergeant Nkosi, tell him to make a 10. I'm saying, do you at least accept that it signifies a relationship, whatever form it is? It does signify that you did have some relationship with him.
I wouldn't agree that this is a relationship. I don't really want to admit or accept the fact that some form of a relationship. I might have done that, but does not necessarily signify that there's a relationship.
Okay, all right. Thank you, General. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you. General, just before we leave these chats, when you send this message saying, ask Kat to make a turn, that wasn't the first time that you asked Sergeant Nkosi to invite Mr. Matlala over. Isn't that so? For the 14th September.
I don't remember inviting him in any other place. There's one moment that I remember, because as allegations that filtering in terms of the involvement, his name was mentioned at some point in the Jerry Boshoga matter, where I needed now to understand, because I hear this thing and I want to understand, can you be involved here? Could you be involved? Could you be the one? Because I needed to know that. So if it happens that maybe I might have, I won't deny. Remember, I don't have any access to my gadget and no recall of what must have happened. So I don't want to sit here and say it wasn't the first time, it was the first and last time. In the meantime, you show me something that I don't recall anymore. So I don't know.
Okay.
Let us please adjourn for 10 minutes. So 16:10, and we'll come back at 16:10 and sit until 5. Let's adjourn.